It being Wednesday, we will now have the singing of our national anthem, led by the Pages. Let the doors be opened, qu'on ouvre les portes. Okay. Order. Déclaration des députés.
Statements by members.
Members, the Honourable Member for Brant.
Speaker, on May 31st, I was pleased to attend the annual general meeting of the Brant, Alderman, Norfolk branch of St. John Ambulance. St. John Ambulance is one of Canada's foremost national organizations, providing first aid and emergency response support and training, as well as providing a therapy, dog visitation program for individuals confined to a healthcare facility. In Brant, St. John Ambulance has provided 66 years of outstanding community support. In 2006 alone, the Brant County Medical Response Unit, comprised of 18 volunteers, provided almost 5,500 volunteer hours and treated 69 people. They also offered 399 first aid and CPR classes to over 2,000 community residents. Our community is very fortunate to have such a responsive, compassionate, and capable organization looking out for the health and safety of our citizens. I would like to extend a very large thank you to the volunteers and staff of St. John Ambulance.
Honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, summer is upon us, and what better time for an adventure that blends culture and beauty. As the Bloc Québécois member for Trois-Rivières, may I suggest a choice destination? Why not visit Trois-Rivières? Founded in 1634, the St. Lawrence River and numerous festivals will attract the most demanding visitors, and thanks to interpretation panels, you can drink in our well-preserved history that stretches back over almost 4 centuries. In the afternoon or evening, you can enjoy La Coupe au Livre, a combination wine bar and bookstore, while munching on finger food. Be prepared to be amazed. The style is contemporary with a piano at the center. And Le Théâtre des Marguerites presents Adieu Beauté with guaranteed laughter for all. Trois-Rivières deserves its title as a city of history and culture. It is a must-see destination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday employees and former employees of the CIBC launched a class action lawsuit to recover overtime pay allegedly denied them by the bank. These are tellers and other lower-paid bank workers whose right to overtime may have been systematically abused in the bank's relentless drive for profits. This is a bank that posted $2.6 billion in profits last year. This is a bank whose CEO brings home $6 million every year as a pay package. Talk about a prosperity gap. A bank CEO making 200 times what a teller makes. And talk about sexual exploitation and systemic discrimination. Most of those affected are women who in general only make 71% of what men make and occupy 3/4 of the lowest paying full-time jobs. They cannot afford to work for free. How can our chartered banks, who made record profits last year, $19 billion to be exact, turn around and gouge consumers with ATM fees, shortchange their workers, and discriminate against women?
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Mr. Speaker, we're all hearing more and more references to local food, a growing trend in food production and selling. As the name implies, local food is all about people buying and eating food produced in their local area. There are 3 reasons people give for buying local food. Number 1, quality. Local food tastes better, offers superior nutritional value, and is produced under Canada's world-class food safety standards. Number 2, local jobs. By keeping food dollars in the local economy, people can support jobs and businesses in their own community. Number 3, the environment. Consumers know that the more miles food travels, the larger its environmental footprint. Local food minimizes this impact. The bottom line is that any reason to buy and eat local food is a good reason. In the coming months, I encourage you to visit farmers markets and stop at farm gate stands. It may take a few minutes, but I predict that you will appreciate and enjoy the local food you buy. Mr. Speaker, I know that local food is not the solution to every problem facing agriculture, but it does offer good opportunities for farmers in many parts of Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, this past Sunday I had the privilege of hosting a town hall entitled Measuring Progress in Afghanistan, Improving the Lives of Women and Girls, with 2 great Canadian women, human rights activist and journalist Sally Armstrong and Adina Niazi, the Executive Director of the Afghan Women's Organization. We are inspired by the work these women have undertaken to raise the awareness of the denial of basic human rights to Afghan women and girls. Though there has been some progress, Sally Armstrong stated that without security it is impossible for the Afghan people to properly run their schools and hospitals. Our presence has allowed women and girls to return to school and learn in a safe environment. As stated by Sally, by Nima, a young Afghan woman, illiteracy has meant she was blind. She could not see what was going on. Adina Niazi reminds us that Afghanistan needs our government to focus less on combat and more on the protection of the rights of the most vulnerable in this fragile time of rebuilding. We need to create stronger connection between Canadian civil society and Afghan civil society. Our strength is in building relationships. We thank these great Canadians and our troops in Afghanistan.
Honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, this week we're celebrating Tourism Week. Tourism is very important, not just to the good people of Kitchener-Conestoga, but all regions of Canada. Whether people are visiting the Elmira Maple Syrup Festival or Oktoberfest, the CN Tower or the Queen Charlotte Islands, tourism creates hundreds of thousands of jobs all across Canada. Of course, tourism is also one of the leading ways to help educate Canadians about our rich heritage and culture. The benefits of tourism are obvious, which is why I am thrilled that Canada's government is investing $75 million in marketing Canada's exciting tourism opportunities through the Canadian Tourism Commission. This money will fund tourism, marketing and research, investments in national parks, historic sites and museums, as well as tourism-related infrastructure. Canada's government is now dedicating time and energy to ensure that Canada's tourism industry grows and prospers. A vibrant and competitive tourism industry benefits all Canadians.
The honourable member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, hundreds of children and their parents recently celebrated the 20th anniversary of Plein Soleil School, an alternative school in the heart of my riding in Longueuil. Thanks to a group of committed parents and enlightened educators from the Marie-Victorin Board of Education, École Primaire Plein Soleil provides an open learning concept based on the whole development of the child and as well as on fundamental values such as autonomy, interdependence, liberty, accountability, participation, and democracy. And this school also gives a great deal of consideration to culture and opens all of its windows with the support of the parents to community life. I'd like to congratulate, and the Bloc Québécois would like to congratulate the principal, Mrs. Nathalie Ouellette, the teaching staff, the parents, as well as former and current students for this important stage in the life of Plein Soleil School and, by extension, the life of the entire community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, it was 63 years ago this morning that over 14,000 brave Canadian heroes landed on the beaches of Juno Beach in Normandy. It was the most important seaborne invasion of all time, with the goal of gaining a landing in Nazi-occupied Europe and to begin the long campaign to free a continent of Nazi tyranny and begin down the road to victory and the end of the Second World War. The brave soldiers came from across Canada, from farms, towns, and cities. They were teachers, masons, police officers, carpenters from all walks of life and all corners of Canada. Great countries are made by citizens doing extraordinary things for the benefit of others. There is no more extraordinary thing than to serve your country, to fight for freedom, and to risk or lose your life for others. On this anniversary of D-Day, the turning point of the Second World War, we say thank you to our veterans of that great campaign. The world was forever changed for the better because of your courage, service, and sacrifice, and we will never forget.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Mr. Speaker, there are people who are so important in the history of a community that they must be recognized and commemorated. Mother Elizabeth Bruyère is just such a person. Mother Bruyère settled here in 1845 when today's national capital was known as Bytown, and she founded the Congregation of the Sisters of Charity. She was instrumental in creating a hospital, an orphanage, a home for seniors, and a residence for her congregation. Following the 1847 typhoid epidemic, Mother Bruyère became committed to Bytown and remained here until her death in 1876. A monument to Mother Elizabeth Bruyère was unveiled at the Beechwood Cemetery in a very pleasant ceremony last May 30th. I would like to congratulate Mrs. Anita Bordeaux and her group of volunteers for having initiated and completed this wonderful project, and I'd also like to thank the Sisters of Charity for their generosity since their arrival here in Ottawa. The Honourable Member for Lotbinière-Chute-de-la-Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to tell you about a cause that is dear to my heart. Every year, children with cancer must struggle with this unfair disease. I have decided to help with fundraising for the cause and to have my head shaved during the 4th annual challenge called Défi des Rasés. Almost 10,000 people from around the province have already had their head shaved for this cause. The event has mobilized a number of business persons, artists, media, and sports personalities. Today in this House, I would like to encourage all of my fellow members, as well as all House of Commons employees, to donate to Lucan. This shaved head challenge is a gesture of solidarity towards children living with cancer who lose their hair through chemotherapy. I would like to offer my support to the children and their families as they battle this disease, and especially to Christine and her family, who will be at the Centre Communautaire Saint-Narcisse de Beau-Rivage on Sunday, June 10th, to take up the challenge symbolically with me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Burnaby Douglas.
Mr. Speaker, 24 grade 6 and 7 students from Lockdale Community School in Burnaby wrote to me about their work on human rights and child labor. An estimated 218 million children aged 5 to 17 are engaged in child labor, over half in hazardous situations. Children work long hours, often in unhealthy conditions, causing lasting harm. Some are forced into armed conflict as child soldiers, the sex industry, or are trafficked. They are denied education and a normal childhood. These human rights tragedies are faced by children worldwide, some even here in Canada. The International Labour Organization establishes and supervises international labour standards. ILO Convention 138 and Recommendation 146 call for the abolition of child labour and raising the minimum age for employment. Sadly, Canada has not yet ratified this key tool against child labour. World Day Against Child Labour is on June 12. I joined the students of Lockdale School to call for an end to child labour in Canada and around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for York West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise to inform the House that today is Clean Air Day, which is held each year during Canadian Environment Week to celebrate environmental action as part of a healthy lifestyle. Sadly, on this Clean Air Day, Canadians have little to celebrate. After 2 ministers and lots of hot air, the Conservative Clean Air Act was dead on arrival in this House. However, thanks to the hard work of the opposition parties, the Clean Air Act was rewritten and transformed into an aggressive plan to address climate change. The Bloc and the NDP put aside partisanship to agree with the proposals of the Liberal leader and united with the Liberals to amend the flawed government bill. We look forward to seeing the overhauled Clean Air Act return to the House as soon as possible for debate and a vote. Mr. Speaker, there could be no more appropriate time than today, Clean Air Day, to do just that.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Argentan-Papineau-Méribel. Mr. Speaker, I would like to underscore National Transportation Week, which takes place from June 2nd to 9th It is not only intended to underscore the importance of transportation to the economic and social development of Quebec, but also takes on a special meaning because 2007 is Quebec Road Safety Year. Every year in Quebec, more than 50,000 people are involved in traffic accidents. 717 people died last year, an increase of 9% over the past 5 years. 80% of these accidents are caused by drivers and not by fate. Impairness, speed, and dangerous driving are targeted, and every year on the news we hear about fatal traffic accidents, particularly among young people who drive too fast. It is essential that the public be made aware of the physical, social, and economic consequences of accidents. In Quebec, the costs represent $4 billion a year, and we must make drivers aware.
Mr. Speaker, today is the 63rd anniversary of the D-Day invasion. I am privileged to rise in this House to pay tribute to the men and women who served our country with honor and valor. On June 6, 1944, after the tragedy of Dieppe, Canadians knew the cost of an invasion could be high, but our soldiers were ready to fight for Canada and for freedom. Aujourd'hui, nous nous souvenons.
Today we remember their sacrifice, their bravery, their accomplishment. We pay tribute to soldiers from all parts of our country who found themselves under fire on the shores of France. By the end of D-Day, our soldiers had fought deeper into occupied France than any other Allied army. And through their actions, freedom finally found a foothold.
We express our gratitude. We owe them a great debt we will never forget.
The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Liberal candidate in Central Nova, Elizabeth May, shocked Canadians with her plan to combat climate change. She advocates a massive tax increase of 12 cents per litre on gas prices. Mr. Speaker, in this position, being supported by her mentor, the Leader of the Official Opposition. And what about her plan to withdraw $1 billion in funding for the Pacific Gateway, one of the most important projects for British Columbia's future? Is this a new Liberal policy? Do BC Liberals MPs agree with May that this funding should be cut? Ms. May is also calling for a phase-out of power generated by coal, oil, gas, and nuclear. How does she expect Canadians to heat their homes in the middle of winter? By burning money? Mr. Speaker, what Canadians really need is a plan of action to cut greenhouse gases starting now. That's why our government's plan will lead to absolute reductions in greenhouse gases of 20% by 2020. Now that's real action on the environment, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Questions orales, oral questions. L'Honorable Chef.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, what got into the Prime Minister to make this crazy statement with respect to greenhouse gas reductions, that Canada's plan would be better than the European Union's? Just before the Tyndall Centre, a British agency, said that the requirements set for oil sands are less stringent than what already exists. Is he making Canada a laughingstock abroad? Why can't he do better? The Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we are proud of our plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and we have a great deal of support in Europe, in the European community. It has been well received, and also I read the Prime Minister has put out his position, and it has found a great deal of approval, particularly with respect to the work that is being done to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and climate warning. This comes from a French spokesperson.
No ambition to have targets weaker than what the oil sand industry has decided to do anyway. And according to this research center, the emissions of the oil sand will go up by 100 or 200%. Mr. Speaker, will the government admit once for all that their so-called plan is not ambitious, is not an example for the world, it is a fraud?
Honourable the Government. Order. The Honourable the Government House Leader. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Liberal Party talks about a 100% increase in emissions. I think that's exactly what we were on track for by 2020 if we stuck with the Liberal practice, which had already gotten us a 33% increase in emissions by the time they left government. In fact, our plan results in real reductions, 20% by 2020, and bigger reductions after that to the year 2050. Those are the same kind of reductions that we, together with the European Union, have committed ourselves to. And now we're moving to the new challenge of bringing in the other countries that are big polluters, that are big emitters, like China, like India, like the United States, so we can make the environment better.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Just because all the studies contradict the fraud the Minister just said. The Pembina Institute said that the Liberal plan would deliver 6 to 7 times more reductions than the fraud they are proposing. The Deutsche Bank said that with their plan, emissions will rise not only until 2012, but at least until 2020. And now we learn that their plan will give to the oil sands a license to pollute. Mr. Speaker, will the government admit that when the Prime Minister said he is ambitious is because his only ambition is to fool Canadians? And
the Honourable Order. The Honourable the Government House Leader.
When it comes to ambitions to fool the world, I read an interesting article on the weekend. It was actually by former Liberal Environment Minister Sheila Copps. And she said that she went to a meeting with Angela Merkel a number of years ago on climate change, and while she was there, the former Liberal Prime Minister, the member for LaSalle-Mar, and Anne McClellan were trying to revoke her negotiating mandate in favour of big oil. She says it was the Liberals that were siding with the United States to prevent any reductions in greenhouse gases. I guess that's the difference between the Liberal big talk and the Liberal big emissions rise.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, in 2002, the Prime Minister said this about the Kyoto Protocol, and I quote, "We will fight this every step of the way." Well, this week he brings his fight to the G8. Instead of siding with the Europeans, the Prime Minister has joined with the Americans in pressing them to leave Kyoto behind. And while he says he wants enforceable targets with an international protocol, what he's actually pushing for are targets that allow emissions to go up and an agreement that sets the bar lower. Why does the Prime Minister continue to fight action instead of fighting climate change?
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have a plan in place that results in actual, real reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, 20% by 2020. What we're working on now is the future beyond that and getting other countries involved. But you know what? Our plan and our approach is one that's received approval. I read here a quote from the Prime Minister of France, no less, where he says what France is trying to achieve and what Canada is also trying to achieve is enforceable targets under an international protocol. And that's what we're working for, so that we can include China, include India, include the United States, and get real emission reductions from the entire world, from the big emitters, that help the future of the environment for the foreseeable future.
Oil sands, he is not doing what he should. There has to be action that will include China and other countries. But when will the Prime Minister stop pretending to act? When is he going to stop manipulating details and creating confusion in the mind of Canadians? The Honourable the Leader of the Government in the House.
Not us that are trying to confuse Canadians. I think it's the Liberal Party. I read here where the Liberal member from Don Valley West said that intensity-based isn't bad, and that in the National Post they said that of the intensity target, we recognize that the Liberal leader's 2005 Project Green was based on intensity targets. The fact is, we are moving forward on a plan that results in real reductions after years where there were none, in fact, where they went up by 33%. And we also have long-term agreement with the European Union. France has reaffirmed that, and we're now trying to involve other countries, because if we care about the future, if we care about the environment for our children, for generations ahead, we need to...
L'Honourable Député.
Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker. Earlier this week, in a speech to the Chamber of Commerce, Canada, Germany, the Prime Minister talked about the Kyoto Accord, and he said that he wanted to be a mediator in the G8. He wanted to be the mediator between the United States and the EU. The Prime Minister, though, doesn't even respect the signing of the Kyoto Accord. So what type of credibility would he have to mediate between the colleagues at the G8 with respect to the post-Kyoto phase? The Honourable the Government House Leader. A great deal of credibility. We have a great deal of credibility now because we have a plan after many years where nothing was done. We are working to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We want to have an agreement to receive substantial reductions. Canada knows that it must reduce by half the world GHG emissions by 2050. Canada commits to find a solution to greenhouse gas emissions and reduce by 60 to 70% by 2010. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. With respect to 2006 as a basis, but Kyoto deals with 1990 as its threshold, as its basis. Beyond this diplomatic ballet that we are witnessing, the Prime Minister of France, François Fillon, and Madame Angela Merkel have asked Canada not to renege on its signing of the Kyoto Accord. How then can we speak about Phase 2 of Kyoto when they aren't even respecting Phase 1? The Prime Minister has no credibility in his negotiations. The Honourable the Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we have a great deal of credibility because we are acting now after many, many years of inaction. And I can read another article where it says that the President of France and his Prime Minister, François Fillon, talked about harmonization of positions between Canada and France. We are in agreement with respect to the struggle against climate change and climate warming. The Honourable Member, the Prime Minister says that Canada's position with respect to GHG reduction is similar to that of the European Union. That is a false claim, and the figures prove it. How can the Prime Minister make statements like that are so far-fetched when the objective set between Canada and Germany represents an 80 million megaton difference? The Deputy Minister of the Minister of the Environment.
That Canada is committed to a major reduction. That's 20% reduction, absolute reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2020. Mr. Speaker, we are one of the leaders in reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, and we also are going to reduce pollution, Mr. Speaker, by 50% over the next 8 years. Mr. Speaker, that's massive. We're getting it done.
The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State doesn't know what it is to answer a question that is put to him. The Prime Minister is asking for special status for Canada to better renege on his commitments to Kyoto, which were 6% with respect to 1990 levels. Why is the Prime Minister refusing to do in Canada what he is asking to do abroad? Why will he not do something for Quebec, which would allow Quebec to reach the Kyoto objectives? Quebec believes in Kyoto.
I was with that member in Berlin just a couple of days ago. We arrived back yesterday, and he knows well that Canada now has a reputation that was tarnished by the former environment ministers. Mr. Speaker, this is what the media said about the Liberal leader. He says, the Liberal leader's record on the environment minister is abysmally bad, earning him the reputation of Dr. Doolittle on climate change. Mr. Speaker, what they said about our government, Canada's strategy on the war and climate change is as useful a workable policy that might, if being adopted by the other nations,
help to control global warming more effectively. The G8 needs to listen to the Prime Minister.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Speaker, last month the minister responsible for Atlantic Canada through Alcoa said this, and I quote, "We will not throw a member out of caucus for voting his conscience. There will be no firing on budget votes, as we saw with the Liberal government," end quote. Well, not only does this government break its promises to the people of Saskatchewan, Newfoundland and Labrador, and Nova Scotia, it breaks its promises to its own caucus members. How can any Canadian have any faith or trust in the word of this government? The member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley has it right, and he's been very dignified in expressing it. This government should apologize to the people of Atlantic Canada. When's it going to happen?
Order. The Honourable, the Government House Leader. Order. I know the Honourable Government House Leader is tremendously popular with all honourable members, but we have to be able to hear the answer he's about to give. And he's risen to answer. We'll have a little order, please, so we can all hear the answer.
Mr. Speaker, they've got somebody by that name answering the question. Canada's new government has kept its commitment to Atlantic Canada and Nova Scotia, Newfoundland and Labrador, and they're getting 100% of what they were promised in the Accord. The question for the Leader of the NDP is if he believes in what was in the budget, if he believes it's important for us to have things like $225 million for the preservation of environmentally sensitive land, $1.5 billion for clean air and climate change to the provinces, $400 million for the Canadian Health Info Way, $612 million for the provinces for the patient wait times guarantee. Why was he voting against those last night? And why is he against those things that Canadians want?
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Speaker, I want to hear an Atlantic minister with a straight face tell Atlantic Canadians they aren't getting a bad deal. Last night's vote killed the Atlantic Accord. Only one MP had the decency to vote against breaking the promise. Is there one Atlantic minister with the guts to tell their constituents that they will do everything in their power to fix the mistake? Will the Minister of Foreign Affairs admit that last night his government broke a promise to Atlantic Canadians?
That's right.
I know it's Wednesday, but members wouldn't want to waste time with excessive noise. The Honourable, the Government House Leader, has risen to answer what I believe was a question from the member for Halifax. I could hardly hear a word. We'll now hear from the Government House Leader. We'll have a little order, please.
Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what the members from Atlantic Canada did. They fought hard for the best possible benefits for their province, and the result is the following. For Nova Scotia, under the fiscal balance package, more than $2.4 billion, $1.3 billion for equalization, $130 million for offshore accord offsets, $639 million on the Canada Health Social Transfer, $277 million under the Canadian Social Transfer, $42.5 million for the environment, and there's more and more and more. They are delivering for Nova Scotians, they're delivering for Atlantic Canadians. They're standing up in a way that the Liberal Party always refused to.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for West Nova. Order.
Mr. Speaker, when I first asked a member from Central Nova to honour the Atlantic Accord, he said he would see the province of Nova Scotia in court. Last night, one brave Conservative member voted in favour of Nova Scotia and was kicked out of that caucus.
Shame.
On May the 15th, the minister said in this House, and I quote, "We will not throw out a member out of caucus. There will be no whipping, flipping, hiring or firing on budget votes."
Right.
Is the minister from Nova Scotia misleading this House? Or is he simply a buffoon? Or is he a misleading buffoon?
Order. The Honourable, the Minister of Finance. Order. Order.
Mr. Mr. Speaker, this question comes from a member of a party, the leader of which says that fiscal imbalance is a myth. That's what the leader of the Liberal Party says. So whatever this party has to say about equalization doesn't really matter, because the leader of the party himself says that there is no fiscal imbalance between. I know the member for Wascana wishes that his leader had not said that, but he said that, Ralph, member for Wascana. He said that. He said that the fiscal imbalance is a myth. Well, we're fixing the
Order. The honourable member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister broke his promise to Nova Scotians. The so-called minister from Nova Scotia broke his word to a brave MP.
That's right.
The so-called minister from Nova Scotia values his cabinet seat more than his own province.
That's right.
To the member from Central Nova, what does loyalty mean? Were those his words? Why can't he stand up for Nova Scotia? And because he can't, or because he won't, will he resign as the minister irresponsible for Nova Scotia?
Order. The Honourable the Minister of Finance. Order. We're wasting a great deal of time here. The Honourable the Minister of Finance has the floor, and we'll want to hear his answer. The Honourable the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, personal attacks like that always say more about the person saying them than about the person receiving them. And it's unattractive, I must say, to have those kinds of personal attacks here. But on equalization, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order. The Minister of Finance has the floor. We'll have a little order, please.
Right, the province of Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, has the option of electing the new system, the modified O'Brien system, this year, or continuing with the Atlantic Accords. The province has chosen, for this year at least, to elect the new modified O'Brien system. What that means for the province in terms of transfers in Budget 2007 is $256 million more than in the previous fiscal year. That's good for...
The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, the ranks of Atlantic Conservative dissenters keep growing. First, progressive Conservative premiers, then a list of Conservative candidates condemned the attack on the Atlantic Accords. Then those Conservatives booted out one of their own after last night's vote. Now John Crosbie, a progressive Conservative, has added to the growing list with a blistering memo proving that the Finance Minister betrayed my province and Atlantic Canada. Those Conservatives are like jellyfish, totally spineless, no backbone, and they'll sting you when you can. How can the former progressive Conservative ministers continue to sit in that caucus and represent their provinces?
Order. The Honourable Member for the Honourable the Minister of Finance.
I have, Mr. Speaker, it goes without saying that we have the greatest respect for Mr. Crosbie, who's a progressive Conservative Minister of Finance in this place. I had the opportunity to speak with him about these issues during the course of the past several months, and we value and respect his views. But the plain fact is, in terms of Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia that have accord agreements, those accord agreements are the status quo agreements which they can choose to continue with, or they can go with the modified O'Brien formula. But no province will be worse off in Canada as a result of the new equalization scheme.
Honourable Member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, last night the newly independent member from Nova Scotia did the right thing and stood up for his province and his region. He voted with the Liberal Party and against the Atlantic Accord betrayal. His 5 former colleagues from Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia fell in line with their bully boss, the Prime Minister, and voted not just with their own party, but with the separatists. We had problems with harp seals, now we got problems with train seals. With one more vote to go, will Conservative ministers and members from Atlantic Canada finally stand up for their constituents and their province?
Honourable, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Order, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me remind the honourable member and the House that it was a Tory government, a Conservative government, that gave us the original Atlantic Accord. Let me remind them that it was a Tory opposition that forced them, including some of them sitting there, to give us the second Atlantic Accord. And let me remind him that while they're sitting, sniping from the sidelines, like the Premier of Newfoundland, we're working to deliver for our province.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, no one should have to make a choice of having to abandon a daughter born in Canada and risk going back without her or with her. The daughter is subject to female genital mutilation. Will the government provide suspension of the deportation order and grant her a stay on humanitarian grounds? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we certainly appreciate the question, but there's no doubt we won't get into the comments of a specific case and specific facts. We have a process in place. There's a number of procedures that can take place. There's a hearing before the board, applications for humanitarian compassionate grounds. There's also a pre-removal risk assessment, applications to the higher courts. That process needs to be respected, and it needs to take place. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, there are circumstances where the interests of the child are inseparable from those of the parent. If we send these children back to Guinea, they are in danger. The minister has the right to intervene. As a result, will the minister reconsider her decision to send back to Guinea and allow her to stay here with her child? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The comment on the specifics of the particular case. I've indicated I won't, and I shall not, but I can say this. There is a process in place. There is an application for humanitarian compassionate grounds. Those processes need to be respected. People wanting to avail themselves of that process are entitled to do so.
Honourable member for Marcoel-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, because the Access to Information Act, the Journal de Montréal, tells us today that RCMP officers have committed reprehensible acts without being punished. People have committed sexual assault but have only been suspended with pay. These acts happen at all levels of the ranks, up to the officer level. This is very troubling. Enough is enough. What is the minister waiting for to set up a public inquiry? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. To begin with, Mr. Speaker, there were 114 occurrences where there were problems with officers, but it was not in every case that sexual assault occurred. I have concerns with the list that the member mentioned, and I've spoken to the Commissioner about this. I will be looking into these cases to make sure that whether they are extreme or not. The Honourable Member for Marcoel-Fortin.
Toujours sur la GRC, mais sur un tout autre sujet. Récemment, le gouvernement a nommé plusieurs personnes unilingues à la tête d'organismes importants. Rappelons-nous seulement la nomination d'un unilingue anglais comme ombudsman des victimes d'actes criminels. Le ministre peut-il nous assurer que cette fois-ci, le prochain commissaire de la GRC aura une maîtrise parfaite des deux langues officielles?
is perfectly fluent in both official languages. The Honorable Minister of Public Safety. As I said 1 or 2 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, we will see soon
Aussi, nous
new
allons
commissioner.
voir des
We will
changements des
also see
processus
changes to
pour,
procedures
pour avoir
for
une enquête s'il y a des
deciding
occasions où
when to
il y a un
hold
officier
an
qui peut-être a fait
investigation or
quelque chose
inquiry
qui n'est pas
where
approprié. Et je
there
pense,
is
Monsieur le
inappropriate
Président, que
activity
même
by
les
an
membres de
officer.
l'opposition
I believe
vont
that
donner
members
l'appui
will
pour un nouveau
have
processus.
an opportunity to
The
support us in this
honourable
process.
member for Desnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday a courageous Nova Scotia MP decided that he could no longer stand idly by while the PM broke his word to his home province. He decided to keep his honour and stand up against the PM's promise-breaking ways. Unfortunately, not one of the Saskatchewan Conservative MPs have the same courage. Today, the Star Phoenix called Saskatchewan Conservative members, quote, a group of political sycophants willing to bend the truth with constituents and try to convince them that black is white, instead of standing up for what they know to be true. End of quote. Why couldn't at least one Conservative MP stand up for Saskatchewan?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative members for Saskatchewan have certainly stood up for Saskatchewan for a budget that delivers $878 million in new money for the province of Saskatchewan. This is the largest per capita gain of any province in Canada, and why the Liberals would be against that, I don't know. It's good for Saskatchewan. It's way more than the member for Wascana ever did for the province of Saskatchewan when he had the chance to do it.
The Honourable Member for Desnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River. Order, please.
People are asking, Premier Calvert is asking, I'm asking, where are our Saskatchewan Conservative members? Perhaps they've all joined the member from Palliser who ran away from the tough questions reporters were asking on equalizations to buy a donut. None of them have the clout or the influence to fight for Saskatchewan. The residents of Saskatchewan know this. They also know the budget is bad for them. How can Canadians from any province believe, much less trust, a Conservative government and a Prime Minister whose word is not worth the price of a donut?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, here's what the member for Wascana didn't do for Saskatchewan that this Conservative government is doing. $226 million more under equalization, $756 million under the Canada Health Transfer, $342 million for the Canada Social Transfer, and $75 million for infrastructure. A great budget for the province of Saskatchewan.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Has demonstrated that he's unable to govern and manage the Canadian Federation. He made written promises to premiers, then he flat out broke his word. Now he's kicking out members of his caucus for stating the obvious. The Conservatives did not tell the truth. Their budget promised to end fighting between governments, but at least 5 provinces are angry. And to top it off, the Prime Minister doesn't even have the courage to meet the provincial premiers face to face. Will he admit his bungling has become an embarrassment for all of Canada?
Yes! The Honourable the Minister of Finance.
Here's a member from Quebec criticizing a budget proposal that has been welcomed by Quebec.
They didn't even recognize fiscal imbalance.
Here's a member from Quebec, Mr. Speaker, with a leader who says there is no fiscal imbalance. Now, this is an issue that had to be addressed in Canada. Once again, the Liberals over 13 years didn't get the job done. The Prime Minister in this government has got the job done, restoring fiscal balance in Canada. It hasn't been easy, but if it had been easy, they would have done it, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Les Canadiens s'attendent à...
Canadians are expecting that
this Prime Minister will help build a consensus, but in fact the government has ignored the position and needs of Newfoundland, New Brunswick, and Saskatchewan. He is also proposing changing electoral representation and various changes to the Senate. People are against these changes because they go against the very Constitution of Canada. The Prime Minister does not have the courage to have a First Minister's meeting. Is this why?
The Liberal Party opposite is speaking against. More money for education, more money for health care, more money for labor training in the provinces. These are not artificial academic numbers. These are funds that matter to each constituent. These are the basic services delivered by the provinces and territories in Canada. And because we have addressed the fiscal imbalance that the Liberal Party doesn't believe exists, $2.1 billion will go to the provinces and territories this fiscal year for healthcare, education, infrastructure, skills training, and the environment.
Honourable member for Quebec-Sac-Sac.
Mr. Speaker, in all of the things written about the 2005 budget by people who desperately wanted to keep power and be good to their friends and the new Democratic Party.
We'll slash funding for the Community Access Program by over half. This program is vital for smaller communities to ensure we are connected with Canada and the world. Can the Minister of Industry please tell the House and all Canadians who use CAP if our government will ensure funding for 0708?
The Honourable the Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, it is true. It is true the Liberals drastically reduce the funding level for the Community Access Program, Mr. Speaker. Shame. Unlike our predecessor, Mr. Speaker, Canada's new government will support smaller communities. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to tell you that government is funding CAP program for another years, 2007 and 2008. Mr. Speaker, we are getting the jobs done for Canadians.
Unlike the Bloc Québécois that doesn't deliver the goods for Quebecers because it is in opposition and will always be in opposition, Mr. Speaker.
Bill, Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know the Mickey Mouse gang over there betrayed the good people of Saskatchewan. They deliberately misled the good people of Nova Scotia. But, Mr. Speaker, the finest people in the country come from Newfoundland and Labrador. And for these people to betray the people of Newfoundland and Labrador is incredible. One brave Conservative from Nova Scotia stood up for his people and showed all of us what it's like to represent your constituents. Well, anybody from Newfoundland, and I direct my question directly to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Crosby said you're not telling the truth. Danny Williams said you're not telling the truth. Who's telling the truth over there? And will they stand up for the good people of Newfoundland?
The honourable member to be careful in the phrasing of his question. I'm not sure who he was alleging was not telling the truth, whether it was me or some other members in the House. It's not clear, and I think you should perhaps avoid that expression. The Honourable the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to answer the Mickey Mouse question. First of all, as it relates to John Crosby, we value the input of John Crosby. In fact, he, along with ourselves, and my caucus members and the people on this side are trying to solve the problems of this country and the problems of Newfoundland and Labrador. We're not sitting on our hands or running around the country complaining like the honourable member or like the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador. Mr. Speaker, we are trying to solve the problems, and working collectively, we will.
Honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Muscatawbin Valley. The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Muscatawbin Valley has the floor.
The Minister of Fisheries just said they're trying to solve the problem. It's an easy problem to solve, and I'd like to make it easy. All he has to do is say the Government of Canada will honour this
contract signed by the Government of Canada. It's a signed, sealed, and delivered contract. It's a 12-year contract. We're 2 years into it. Consequential amendments to the budget change this Atlantic Accord by the Minister of Finance. Will the minister now just say, it's all over, we'll honour the signature of the Government of Canada, we will honour the Atlantic Accord exactly the way it was written, no amendments, and we'll honour the work of John Hamm.
The Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question. As the honourable member knows, he and I have had many discussions on this particular subject. Budget 2007 provided Nova Scotia flexibility and more money, as well as respecting the Atlantic Accords and giving the province of Nova Scotia the opportunity to make an election. In fact, the province was concerned initially after March 19th that their budget was coming up that Friday and asked for more time to consider the matter, which we have done, and the province has since elected to enter for 1 year into the agreement to have more opportunities to consider it. These are worthwhile considerations, and at the present benefit
the honourable député.
The honourable member for Bourassa.
Mr. Speaker, 4 ministers are at committee today to answer Canadian questions on the Afghan detainee scandal. But Canadians know this government will say anything to cover up its incompetence. This week, they are saying releasing figures on detainee would be a propaganda coup for the Taliban. Well, but access to information officials don't agree. They've released some of these details weeks ago, seeing no threat on national security. So how about it, Mr. Speaker? Why does the government continue its pattern of cover-up and secrecy on Afghan detainee?
The Honourable, the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said a number of times in this House, the details with respect to detainees is an operational security matter, and we will not discuss this matter in the House. Or UFO.
Honourable Member for Bourassa.
Des cachettes, j'ai ici un document qui démontre.
Well, we do have information, as you can see through ATIP. A number of weeks have gone by, and the government does not want to reveal information about how many transfers, how many detainees, how many visits by our authorities. What is the situation of these detainees, Mr. Speaker? If the government wants to keep the little credibility it has, it needs to give answers. The respect of our conventions and transparency go together. Why this orchestrated silence? They are all incompetent over there.
Mr. Speaker, the matter of details with respect to detainees is it's a military matter, not a political matter. The military have declared this as operational security, and we will respect it.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, on the detainee question, there was the saga of the Foreign Affairs report, which the government told us did not exist, but later produced it heavily censored. Now, in response to a motion from the Foreign Affairs Committee for information on the numbers of detainees captured, transferred, and to whom, this government has invoked, as it did just now, operational security. Why is the government really hiding this information? Is it really operational security, or is it the political security of the government itself?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, as the honourable member is so often the case, it's untrue. This government has not changed the practice with respect to redaction of documents. The report that he's requested, Mr. Speaker, was in fact made available. It followed the same standard procedures that were in place when he was in office, Mr. Speaker. This has not changed. We will continue to work, as we have in a transparent, open fashion, to deal with this issue of detainees, Mr. Speaker, by enhancing the agreement that was left in place by the previous government, which turned out to have shortcomings. We have fixed that, Mr. Speaker. We're dealing straightforward with the Afghanistan government to improve the situation on the ground.
Honourable Member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, let's see how transparent they are. On the Pentagon website, the United States government has made available entire lists of prisoners held at Guantanamo Bay. Names, citizenship, and other details. And the Canadian government won't give us bad numbers. Clearly, disclosure is not a matter of operational security for the U.S. forces. Will this government admit that it refuses to disclose this information because it fears for its own political security, or has it lost track of those detainees?
Honourable the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, once again, the convenience with the truth of the member opposite, when he finds it convenient, he wraps his arms around the American example. Most times they're insulting and pushing back against the Americans. Mr. Speaker, what we've done clearly is follow the Canadian example, the Canadian way, which is to work with the Afghanistan government to help them raise capacity to deal with an ongoing challenge in Afghanistan, Mr. Speaker. We're doing that. We're building capacity every day in helping the Afghanistan people walk on their own and supporting their government and their democratic institutions.
Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Mr. Speaker, the G8 meeting is being held, and the Canadian government and others agreed to increase their aid by 50%, but the World Bank has lately criticized the fact that this promise has not been met. Will the Minister for International Cooperation not agree that a substantial increase is needed, more than the 8% increase annually that this government has promised? The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation. Mr. Speaker, I would remind the member that in the latest budget, we have repeated our 8% increase budget, as well as $300 million extra money. Moreover, we have committed to transparency and effectiveness in our aid efforts. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Mr. Speaker, I would remind the Minister that the former UN Secretary General indicated that countries needed to commit 0.08% of their 0.8% of their GDP in order to provide adequate aid. Will the International Cooperation Minister come up with a plan to concretely help these people? The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation. Mr. Speaker, with respect to Africa, I would recall our commitment, the commitment of the Prime Minister, who is right now in Berlin, said that we are on the path of meeting our commitments for 2008-2009. The government has objectives, and we can meet them, and the Bloc Québécois will never be able to do that.
To draw to the attention of all honourable members that Michael Lukniuk, Principal Clerk in the Legislative Unit, will be taking a well-deserved retirement later this summer after 30 years of faithful service to Parliament, including 16 years as a table officer in this House. Michael is sitting at the table right now, and I know that you'll join me in saluting his long and successful career on Parliament Hill. Michael, we wish you and your family success, health, and happiness in the years to come. Congratulations.
Once again, for unanimous consent.
Okay. Order, please. L'ordre, s'il vous plaît.
Order, please.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 17 petitions.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Of government bills. Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees.
Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour today to present the 53rd report of the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs regarding changes to the standing orders, Mr. Speaker. The report contains certain changes to Standing Orders 31 and 37. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 53rd report later this day.
The Honourable presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Standing Order 108.2, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food respecting the agricultural framework policy, including the dissenting opinion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
What's his constituency? Edmonton Leduc. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Leduc.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology regarding its order of reference of Thursday, May 17, 2007. Bill C-47, an act respecting the protection of marks related to the Olympic Games and the Paralympic Games, and protection against certain misleading business associations, and making a related amendment to the Trademarks Act. Mr. Speaker, the committee has considered Bill C-47 and reports the bill with amendment. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts in Chapter 8 of the November 2006 report of the Auditor General of Canada allocating funds to regulatory programs, Health Canada, and, Mr. Speaker, the 19th report for the Standing Committee on Public Accounts on the roles and responsibilities of the Treasury Board Secretariat and the tenure of Deputy Ministers. In addition, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to reports 15 and 16. Thank you very much.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie, seconded by Mr. Angus, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish the Economic Development Agency of Canada for the region of Northern Ontario. Cette motion.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I ask permission today to introduce a bill that would bump up the status of FedNor to a full-fledged economic development agency, similar to the agencies that exist in other parts of the country where there are economic challenges. It would also redirect the mandate to focus solely on the 9 ridings that make up Northern Ontario. It would give FedNor a focused and expanded mandate with sound community economic and development principles.
Good idea.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie, seconded by Mr. Angus, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At
the next sitting of the House.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Public bills. Motion.
Motions.
For Cambridge.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I think if you ask it, you may find, and if the House agrees to give its consent, I move that the 53rd report of the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs concerning standing orders of the House presented to the House earlier this day be now concurred in.
The Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion. There is no consent. The Honourable Member for Mississauga South is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was advised that this report was going to be coming, and it raises a little bit of concern, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the practice of the House with regard to reports from the Procedure and House Affairs. Normally, when they come forward with regard to changes to committees, they're deemed to have been reported and concurred in. Mr. Speaker, in this particular case, we have a report which is making changes to the standing orders, and it does involve the rights and privileges of members. It is a matter which has been dealt with in the press, but Mr. Speaker, members have not had an opportunity in this Parliament to make address with regard to standing order issues. And in that regard, I would like to seek the opinion of the Chair with regard to the debatability of a concurrence motion in a Procedure and House Affairs report not dealing with member changes of membership in committees, but dealing with standing order issues. And this is particularly relevant, Mr. Speaker, because as you know, the standing order requirement that within the first 60 days of any new Parliament that there be a debate in this place on the standing orders, and that, as you know, Mr. Speaker, that particular provision of the standing orders was waived for whatever reason, and as a consequence, members have not had an opportunity given to them by the standing orders to discuss matters within the standing orders.
I don't understand the honourable member from Mississauga South point of order. I'm not sure what clarification he is seeking from the chair, but there was no consent for the motion that was proposed by the honourable member for Cambridge, so the matter is not proceeding at the moment. Presumably, I wouldn't presume to dictate to any member how they proceed in these circumstances, but as the honourable member knows, he's an experienced member in this House. Members can move motions for concurrence in committee reports and put them on the notice paper, and in due course they will appear on the order paper, and they can be moved for debate in the House. Any honourable member, I believe, is free to move concurrence in any committee report, is the best of my recollection of the rules, if that's the clarification he's seeking. Be the honourable member for Mississauga South.
I apologize, Mr. Speaker. I should have concluded that in this particular case, it is the practice of the House simply to come as the member has to ask for concurrence in that report without debate. I have raised this matter before, and the Chair has indicated that it's not our usual practice. I wanted simply to point out, Mr. Speaker, that should the matter come before the House again for concurrence in this report, I would like to reserve the right to have debate on that report.
That's a matter for the House to decide, and the honourable member, as I say, has asked for unanimous consent. It's been refused. So it's not proceeding at the moment. What happens tomorrow or later is not within the control of the Chair, as the honourable member knows. The honourable member for Cambridge is rising on the same point of order as another report.
Well, actually, no, Mr. Speaker. I would actually suggest that that is not a point of order by the member. The member is rising on an issue of debate. None of the member's privileges have been compromised. He can fully debate the issue at any time that he would like to, including the first 60 days in September. I believe the member's just trying to get unanswered. It's not.
I've never heard of such a thing. Honourable l'honourable député.
Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nishat Timisquatale Basque. A point of order. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to strongly challenge the process and the consequences and of the way in which the Procedure and House Affairs Committee has adopted the Bloc Québécois motion to limit, because, of course, people who are watching must understand this. When a report is tabled, we don't know the subject of that report. It simply refers to a particular subject, but we don't know what is really involved before we have an opportunity to read the blues. So I'll be very brief. The process is not transparent. There is no debate. It was done in camera, and there are consequences because this motion or this report defines three types of member: a member that's affiliated with a party, an independent member, and I quote the blues from this committee, members, and I'll read it in English because I have it in English.
Standing Order 31.11, members of political parties are not officially recognized in the House are not considered independent members. So we're going to have three, should it be approved one day, we would have three types of members in this House. Les députés visés, les trois.
the 3 and now 4 members, independent members, were never informed or consulted or asked to appear before the committee. So when it comes to democracy, particularly for that committee, well, we can discuss that at a later date. The committees, at least I thought, invited witnesses so as to hear people's opinions, or at least to inform them. And I would conclude in saying that it isn't possible, I believe, for a small group, even though they might be very qualified in a given committee, to decide that the standing orders to apply in this House will affect parliamentarians, and they are withdrawing our right to decide at our discretion. Thank you. The Honourable Whip for the Bloc Québécois on the same point of order. Mr. Speaker, since you wanted to agree to a debate when the member for Mississauga rose on a question of privilege that was without any type of basis whatsoever. And coming back to what my colleague Frédéric Mousquet has said, I would like to add on the same point of order, I would like to add the following point. Contrary to what was said, that is, that all of this was done in secret and the committee was not transparent, I would remind my colleague and all of those who are listening that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee yesterday sat in public to deal with this subject. That's the first point. The second point, and I know that you are the guardian of the standing orders, so I would refer you, instead of wanting to be mentioned in Hansard and enter into a debate, as the member for Mississauga knows how to do so well, let's deal specifically with the standing orders. So I would refer to 108.3. Subparagraph A3, where it says that in the functions and responsibilities of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, where I'm Vice Chairman, it says what can be done. We can review the standing orders. That is what we did, as well as review procedure and practice in the House and its committees. And we can table a report on this, and this is what the member for Cambridge did on behalf of the committee. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier on the same point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, you're not just the person who presides from the chair, but you are our guarantor of fairness in the House. When the Bloc Québécois is dissatisfied with the interventions made by one of its members, and it tries in a clandestine fashion to take away the rights of independent members, their right to ask questions and make statements, it is your duty to intervene to protect fair play here in the House.
Member for Thunder Bay, Superior North on the same point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
The comments made by the whip of the Bloc Québécois, no one can subscribe to in this House. He doesn't even have the courtesy, Mr. Speaker, to comment on members of Parliament in their presence. And if you read the blues, you will find out to which I refer. So without his courtesy to other members, I don't think he bears any truthability in his comments. I support the member from Rimouski. And Mr. Speaker and my other colleague, it goes without saying, our numbers are increasing substantially, as you've witnessed in the House. We may have another party here with all the qualifications of a party that should have all of the support. And I'm not talking, Mr. Speaker, about just questions in the House. I'm talking about questions about the ability to sit on committees or the right to sit on committees. I am talking about the right to have Statement 31s and all the other privileges that every other member of Parliament is afforded. It is not to be taken away just because we choose or somebody else chooses on our behalf that we are not members of a political party and we choose not to join another political party of this House. Let me support my colleague from Rimouski in her statements. Mr. Speaker, let me just close by saying you are the guardian in this House in all affairs that are afforded through procedural fairness, through natural justice, that when the procedures are offended, you are the final arbitrator, Mr. Speaker, on those issues of procedural fairness and natural justice for every member of this House, and I know full well that you will guard our rights as a sacred right of the Parliament of Canada.
I certainly appreciate the comments of all honourable members who have made interventions on this matter. But there are two important things here that I think everyone should consider. First of all, we have a report from a House committee, the committee that is charged with the responsibility of making decisions and rulings with respect to the standing orders of the House, and which can make recommendations for change in the standing orders. That's one thing. The report was presented. The chairman of the committee asked for unanimous consent of the House to make a motion of concurrence. That unanimous consent was refused.
The Speaker, as some honourable members have suggested, is in fact the guardian of the rights of honourable members. But the House is also master of its own procedure. If the House adopts standing orders, the job of the Speaker is to enforce the standing orders, which I do on a regular basis as best I can, aside from the ones that deal with noise in the chamber, which I have some trouble with. But on the others, I'm able to make decisions which generally are accepted in the House because they are based on the standing orders of the House. So what is in those standing orders is a decision for the House to make. And what will happen with this report, in my view, is a matter for the House to decide, not for the Speaker to decide. So we will see what happens. In the meantime, I appreciate the comments honourable members have made.
But in my opinion, this is not a point of order right now which justifies the intervention of the chair in the matter. Therefore, for the moment, we can continue with the other parts of routine proceedings. Motions.
Burnaby Douglas, I believe, was rising to present a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been consultations amongst the parties, and I believe you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion: that Bill 348, an act respecting conscientious objection to the use of taxes for military purposes, be withdrawn from the order paper.
Does the honourable member for Burnaby Douglas have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? La Chambre l'a entendu.
House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt it?
D'accord.
Agreed.
Adopté.
Carried.
The honourable member for Yukon also has a motion to present.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that this House requests that the government of Burma release the leader of the National League of Democracy and Nobel Peace Prize laureate Aung San Suu Kyi from house arrest, which has been imposed on her since 1989.
Does the honourable member for Yukon have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. La Chambre l'a entendu.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt it? Agreed. Carried. The honourable member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert has a motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do have a motion. I would ask for unanimous consent of the House for the adoption of the following motion: that government's notice of Ways and Means motion number 13, tabled in the House by the Minister of Labour on December the 8th, 2006, be deemed adopted, and that the bill listed on the order paper under Introduction of Government Bills and entitled An Act to Amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act, the Wage Earner Protection Program Act, and Chapter 47 of the Statutes of Canada 2005 be deemed to have been introduced in the House, deemed to have been read the first time and printed, deemed to have been read the second time,
and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported with the following amendment. I open the quotations here. That clause 32 of the bill be replaced by the following. Paragraph 67(1)(b) to B3 of the same statute as enacted by subsection 57(1) of Chapter 47 of the Statutes of Canada 2005 are replaced by the following. A. Any property that, as against the bankrupt, is exempt from execution or seizure under any laws applicable in the province within which the property is situated and within which the bankrupt resides. B1, goods and services tax credit payments that are made in prescribed circumstances to the bankrupt and that are not property referred to in paragraphs A or B. B2, prescribed payments relating to the essential needs of an individual that are made in prescribed circumstances to the bankrupt and that are not property referred to paragraph A or B. B3, without restricting the generality of paragraph B, property in a registered retirement savings plan or a registered retirement income fund, as those expressions are defined in the Income Tax Act or in any prescribed plan other than property contributed to any such plan or fund in the 12 months before the date of bankruptcy. Close quotes. Deemed concurred in at the report stage as amended and deemed read the third time and passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the honourable member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert have the unanimous consent of the House to make her motion? There is no unanimous consent. Motions.
The Honourable the Government House Leaders on a point of order.
Very briefly, on a point of order. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, you made what I thought was a prudent ruling that we'd already heard the motion several times previously, heard the will of the House, and since it was already indicated that it would not have unanimous consent, you did not allow the full reading of it. Today, you have allowed that again, and I merely raised the point that it's clear that there wasn't going to be unanimous consent for what we've heard already every day so far this week. And I think it would be prudent in the future when we have that not to allow this kind of filibuster to continue.
Yes. I appreciate the honourable member's intervention. I don't mind saying that part of the reason I interrupted yesterday was because the honourable member, I thought, had been reading her motion before and in fact had made a statement which, had I realized, because as the honourable member knows I was in a serious conversation with one of his colleagues, I would have stomped on that statement. The
honourable member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert knows full well that when you ask for unanimous consent of the House to move a motion, you have to present it immediately. But as I did mention, she made a speech. She made a statement. I would imagine that perhaps in the House there were some words in the motion that led me not to interrupt today. But perhaps tomorrow we may do something else. And if we continue with things like this, because it's exactly the same motion that has been moved about 5 times in the House, perhaps it's not necessary to move it every day. The honourable member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert does know all that. Is she arising on another point of order? On a point of order? Yes, Mr. Speaker. It'll be very brief this time. I'm sorry about yesterday, but you will understand that the reason why the Bloc Québécois is really insisting on bringing this motion back before the House is to have the Conservatives understand it on the one hand, but also that they understand the well-foundedness of it and what lies behind it. Yes, but everybody can read it. If it's the same motion every day, they can read the translation and answer it, and I'm sure that the Leader of the Government in the House has read it many times. Motions.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
So now that Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again today, I continue to present 2 petitions. Once again today, Mr. Speaker. Canadians all across this country in these petitions are calling on our government to continue to combat the human trafficking crime that is occurring in our country. And I lay these before the House today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
A grade 11 student from Atikokan High School, Alicia Henderson, took it upon herself to make a statement about poverty. And she collected over 400 names, drawing the attention to the House that funding programs for poverty should be increased, that funding for homeless shelters should be increased, and calling upon Parliament to lower the population of people living in poverty on the streets of Canada. So I commend this young lady for gathering these signatures and taking this initiative. Congratulations, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
I'll be pleased to know that I've got two petitions to table today. The first one is a petition on behalf of over 100 members of the Polish community in Hamilton and all of their friends. As you know, Poland is a free, democratic and proud country within the European Union. As a member of the EU, Poland uses all of the same secure passport identification that other EU countries use, including biometric passport technology. In light of those circumstances, isn't it bizarre that people coming to Canada from Poland still need a visitor's visa? Why don't we lift the visitor visa requirements so that we can increase family visitation, tourism, cultural exchanges and trade missions? That is exactly what the petitioners are asking from the Parliament of Canada, and I'm delighted to promote their call for action by tabling this petition on their behalf today. Mr. Speaker, I'm also pleased to table another petition today calling on this House to adopt the NDP's Bill C-394, the once-in-a-lifetime bill. This petition was circulated by the Filipino community in my hometown of Hamilton. All of the petitioners agree that family reunification must be a key component of a fair immigration policy. The current family class rules, as we all well know, are too restrictive and mean that many close relatives are not eligible to come to Canada. The petitioners are asking Parliament to ensure by passing Bill C-394 that Canadian citizens and landed immigrants are given the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to sponsor a family member from outside the current family class as it is currently defined in the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, so that they may be reunited with loved ones from around the world. It's been my privilege to work with the Filipino community of Hamilton to bring this petition forward on their behalf today.
The honourable member for Delta Richmond East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a petition here signed by many people from the province of British Columbia, which calls on the government to withdraw the new Fisheries Act, Bill C-45. The undersigned are requesting that of the government because they feel that there's been insufficient input from both recreational and commercial fishermen, and they want that particular bill withdrawn and rewritten. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds Dollard. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, I have the honour to present a petition signed by many people in my riding dealing with the Philippines. The petitioners ask the Parliament of Canada to intervene so that Canadians who own mining companies will not undergo the hardships that they have had to for some years.
Douglas.
Good point. I'll talk to people. I'll let you know how he's you didn't.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present two petitions. Over 80 residents of Montreal and the province of Quebec have pointed out that the Canadian Human Rights Act does not explicitly protect transsexual and transgender people from discrimination and harassment and violence based on their gender identity or gender expression. They note that they are victims of discrimination, harassment, and violence because of their gender identity and gender expression, and that they experience injustices such as the denial of employment, housing, and access to trans-sensitive health care, and the inability to obtain identification documents because of their gender identity or gender expression. And therefore, they call on Parliament to immediately implement legislation to update the Canadian Human Rights Act to include gender identity and gender expression as prohibited grounds of discrimination. Mr. Speaker, also over 50 residents of Montreal and Quebec and Toronto also call on this House to commit to respecting and promoting international standards in lesbian, gay, bisexual and transgender human rights by adopting the principles of the Declaration of Montreal on LGBT human rights and the Yogyakarta principles on the application of international human rights law in relation to sexual orientation and gender identity. Both of these very important international documents merit the approval of the support of the House and the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. I have the honour to table a petition today from citizens throughout Canada and Quebec who ask for the Refugee Appeal Division to be reinstated immediately. That could have been helpful in the case of Madame Touré, who is being threatened with removal at the present time. She feels targeted right now and is running the risk of brutal genital mutilation if she were to be removed to Guinea. This is a cause that's very dear to my heart, the Refugee Appeal Division. And perhaps if that existed, Madame Touré could have had help.
Nanaimo Alberni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. I actually have 5 separate issues to present here today, Mr. Speaker, but with your permission, I'd like to do at least 2 of them. The first one has to do with an important issue. It's log exports from private lands, and these constituents from British Columbia are calling on the federal government to act, and as much as logs from private lands are regulated by federal control rather than provincial. And they're drawing attention to the House that approximately 1 million acres of private forest land on central Vancouver Island, nearly 70% of those logs are destined for export. They're therefore calling on the Government of Canada to implement a tariff on logs exported from private lands to level the playing field and ensure that Canadian mills as well as secondary industries that rely on the byproducts are given equal opportunity. We're asking the government to work with the province of British Columbia to implement a similar tariff on logs exported from Crown land. Now, Mr. Speaker, the second issue is an important one, as about 1,800 signatures on a petition here, has to do with the fact that Canadians use natural health products to promote health and wellness, that the weight of modern scientific evidence confirms the mitigation and prevention of many diseases and disorders through judicious use of natural health products. They're asking the government to remove the GST and provide greater access to natural health products by enacting Bill C-404, an act to amend the Excise Tax Act. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Madawaska, Restigouche.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am presenting this afternoon a petition of hundreds of signatures of people, mainly from my riding of Madawaska, Restigouche. These people are asking the Conservative minority government for 2 things. First of all, with respect to employment insurance, the Conservative government should recognize the need to eliminate gap weeks under the employment insurance program. The government has a lot of difficulty understanding the importance of this issue. People working in seasonal employment or people who lose their jobs are not always able to pay their mortgage, their gas bills, their electricity bills, their vehicles, and so on. And often these gap weeks under employment insurance are very detrimental to them. The other aspect in these petitions is that people are calling for the right to fill in their form either electronically or in paper form, not just in one form or the other, but they really would like to have the choice. So I present this on behalf of members of my riding.
Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present this Income Trust Broken Promise petition on behalf of Mr. Dante Repagna, the surname is spelled R-E-P-A-G-N-A, who remembers that the Prime Minister was boasting about his apparent commitment to accountability when he said the greatest fraud is a promise not kept. The petitioners remind the Prime Minister that his promise never to tax income trust, he promised that, but he recklessly broke that promise by imposing a 31.5% punitive tax, which permanently wiped out over $25 billion of the hard-earned retirement savings of over 2 million Canadians, particularly seniors. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners call upon the Conservative minority government first to admit that the decision to tax income trust was based on flawed methodology and incorrect assumptions. Secondly, to apologize to those who were unfairly harmed by this broken promise. And finally, to repeal the punitive 31.5% tax on income trusts.
The honourable député de Vaudreuil.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. I forgot to present 2 other petitions on conscientious objectors and the Iraq War. There are people from the United States who have asked for refugee status here for conscientious objection reasons. So I have a petition in their name. I also have a petition regarding people who are subject to moratorium that deals with countries ranging from Zimbabwe to Uganda to the Democratic Republic of Congo and Iraq. So there are people here who have been in Canada for over 3 years, and they should be considered for status here in Canada for humanitarian reasons.
Questions?
Presenting petitions.
Will the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question number Q198 will be answered today. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, questions number Q195, Q196, Q197, and Q205 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
The question enumerated by the Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary, has been answered. Is it agreed that questions Q195, 196, 197, and 205 be made orders for return? Agreed? And so ordered. The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? And so ordered. Avis de motion portant production de documents.
Notice of motion for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader in the House.
Mr. Speaker, notice of motion for the production of papers number P10 in the name of the Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina is acceptable to the Government, and this document is tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that notice of motion numbered P10 for the production of papers be deemed to have been adopted? Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Would you be so kind as to call the notice of motion for the production of papers number P26 in the name of the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Leduc?
A notice of motion for production of papers numbered P26 in the name of the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Leduc. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that acknowledgement. Mr. Speaker, no document entitled the Kelowna Accord is to be found in the record of the Department of Indian Affairs and Northern Development. Therefore, I ask the Honourable Member to withdraw his motion.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister. I'm delighted to have this information officially from the Minister, and I withdraw my motion.
Orders of the day. Order du jour. Sorry. The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary. I'm sure he's going to want to do something with all the other ones. I forgot.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was feeling left out there just for a moment, but I ask that the other notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
He was going to ask that question. Is it agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day, then.
Government orders, government bills, comments. The debate in third reading, first time, of Bill C-52, Budget Implementation Act.
Mr. Prentice, for Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. Van Loan, moves that Bill C-52, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget, tabled in Parliament on March 19, 2007, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome this opportunity to introduce Bill C-52 at third reading. Once passed, this proposed legislation will implement key measures from Budget 2007, along with other tax initiatives that were announced prior to the budget. Our goal, of course, is to help Canada and Canadians unleash an extraordinary potential. We are a successful, independent nation that believes in tolerance, justice, and providing a helping hand to the less fortunate. As the world changes, Canadians need to work together to make Canada even more prosperous and strong. We have a plan, Advantage Canada, that will take us there, and the measures in Bill C-52 are an integral part of that plan. To that end, Bill C-52 proposes to invest an additional $39 billion over the next 7 years to help the provinces and territories deliver the quality services that Canadians have come to expect from a country as great as ours. That's $39 billion, Mr. Speaker. Now, it is difficult to visualize just how many dollars there are in even $1 billion, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to put it in a different perspective. $1 billion is 1,000 million. $39 billion would be 39,000 million. A billion hours ago, our ancestors were living in the Stone Age. A stack of $1 billion bills will reach from the ground to 120 kilometers upward. If one sat down, Mr. Speaker, to count $1 billion bills, I'd like that chore, and could count them at the rate of 1 per second, every second of every day, it would take more than 30 years to finish counting that $1 billion. If you, Mr. Speaker, earned $1,000 a day, and I'm sure you're worth that, Mr. Speaker, you would take 2,740 years to earn $1 billion. If you had $1 billion and you spent $3,000 of it every day, I'm sure some of us would be able to do that. It would take 1,000 years to spend the whole $1 billion. So, Mr. Speaker, when I say that our government is putting $39 billion additional new money into the hands of provinces and territories to provide good services for Canadians, that is a lot of money, Mr. Speaker. $39 billion new dollars. And that will provide Canadians with health care, post-secondary education, new childcare spaces, a clean environment, infrastructure like roads, bridges, and public transit. Now, in addition, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-52 contains a number of tax reduction measures that will improve the standard of living for Canadians. I'm talking about the Working Families Tax Plan that will make it easier for working families to get ahead and stay ahead. This plan includes a new $2,000 child tax credit that will provide up to $310 of tax relief for each child under 18 to more than 3 million Canadian families. The plan also increases the spousal and other amounts to the same level as the basic personal amount. This will provide up to $209 of tax relief to two-parent families with one parent who earns little income. Single parents and family members caring for a dependent will also benefit. The Working Family Tax Plan helps families saving for their children's education. It does this by eliminating the $4,000 limit on annual contributions for registered education savings plans and increasing the lifetime contribution limit to $50,000 from $42,000. It also increases the maximum annual Canada Education Savings Grant amount to $500 from $400. As for our pensioners and seniors, the plan increases the age limit to 71 from 69 for registered retirement savings plans and registered pensions. Bill C-52 also proposes to enact the Tax Fairness Plan. This plan will provide tax assistance to our seniors by increasing the amount eligible for the age credit by $1,000, putting it up to $5,066. This plan will also help our seniors by allowing couples for the very first time, Mr. Speaker, to split their pension income. This represents tax savings of over $1 billion annually for Canadian pensioners and seniors. Going forward, this government is committed to providing additional tax relief for individuals to improve the rewards from working, saving, and investing. Canada's new government has built on its commitment to implement the 10-year plan to strengthen health care, a plan that provides $41.3 billion in new federal funding over 10 years to provinces and territories. In Budget 2007, we built on that commitment. For example, the budget proposes an investment of $400 million for Canada Health Infoway, an organization that is making significant progress in working with provinces and territories to implement electronic health records. This initiative will help reduce wait times, reduce the risk of medical errors, and lead to better health outcomes. Furthermore, Bill C-52 proposes funding of up to $612 million to support all provinces and territories as they move forward with their commitment to implement patient wait time guarantees. Mr. Speaker, as you know, in July 2006, Canada's new government approved the use of a vaccine that provides protection for young girls and women against the two types of human papillomavirus, or HPV. These viruses are responsible for approximately 70% of cancers of the cervix in Canada. This is the second most common cancer in women aged 20 to 44 after breast cancer, and that's a very disturbing statistic. That is why a measure from Budget 2007 contained in this bill proposes to provide $300 million in per capita funding for provinces and territories to fight HPV. Canada's new government has a comprehensive and results-oriented plan to clean our air, help address climate change, and create a healthier environment for Canadians. With that goal in mind, Budget 2007 proposes to invest $4.5 billion toward a cleaner, healthier environment. Bill C-52 takes an important first step in that direction by proposing to provide more than $1.5 billion to a trust fund for initiatives undertaken by provinces and territories in support of clean air and climate change projects. In addition, building on the initiatives taken in Budget 2006, our government will strengthen conservation of sensitive land and species and preservation of our cultural and natural heritage. One such measure in Bill C-52 proposes $225 million for the Natural Conservancy of Canada to conserve ecologically sensitive land in southern Canada. This bill also proposes $30 million in funding to support an innovative model of sustainable land and resource management development in the Great Bear Rainforest on the central coast of British Columbia. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Genome Canada is a not-for-profit corporation that supports Canadian research leadership in genomics, a powerful emerging field with the potential for significant advances in healthcare, sustainable development, and in the environment. Since its creation, Genome Canada has been very successful at strengthening the genomics research environment in Canada, not only by attracting leading scientists, but putting in place the advanced technology needed for genomics work. So Bill C-52 proposes to provide Genome Canada with an additional $100 million in 2006-2007 to sustain funding to support, among other things, Canada's participation in strategic international research collaborations. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-52 contains a number of other important measures, none more important perhaps as the proposal to provide additional funding to help in the reconstruction of Afghanistan. Canadians, as we all know, have played a significant role in supporting that country's efforts to build a free, democratic, and peaceful country. That is why this bill proposes to provide $200 million in additional support for reconstruction and development of Afghanistan, with initiatives that create new opportunities for women, strengthen governance, enhance security, and address the challenge of combating illegal drugs. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-52 is a comprehensive bill encompassing a broad range of initiatives to help Canadians succeed, to enhance important social services, and to support our global contribution. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, timely of the passage of this bill is important. Because, Mr. Speaker, a number of measures in this bill will be lost if the bill does not receive royal assent by August 31st, 2007, which for our purposes means by the time that both this House and the other House rise in June. There are immediate and grave consequences which cannot be resolved in September. The money will be gone, and the Liberals need to be aware of this, as well as all Canadians. Let me explain, Mr. Speaker. Should the Budget Implementation Act, this Act, not receive oral assent before the government's financial statements are finalized in August, it will not be possible to account for these measures in 2006-2007. If the budget is not passed until the fall or later, the money for the measures that I will mention would have to be booked in 2007-2008 from new money, and to do so would have to compete with new demands. The money from 2006-2007 would by law have to go in to the 2006-2007 surplus and then be applied to the debt and not to program funding, Mr. Speaker. And so a number of measures would not go forward if this bill is not passed in a timely fashion. What would not go forward is $1.5 billion for the Canada Trust Foundation for Clean Air and Climate Change, over $500 million for Patient Wait Times Guarantees Trust, $0.4 billion for the Canada Health Infoway would not go forward, $0.1 billion for Canaree, $0.2 billion for the Nature Conservancy of Canada, $0.3 billion for the Great Bear Rainforest, $0.6 billion for labour market agreements, $0.3 billion for the Rick Hansen Foundation, $0.1 billion in aid to Afghanistan, $100 million to Genome Canada, $50 million to the Perimeter Institute for Theoretical Physics. Mr. Speaker, I mention all of this because let's just say that there have been some bumps in the road and some possible future bumps in the road in this Parliament, both houses of this Parliament, making sure that this important bill, which has been before us for some time, is passed in a timely manner. I don't think Canadians want to see these important measures that I've just listed lost because parliamentarians cannot work together constructively for good things for Canada and Canadians. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would just end by urging all members, both of this House and the other place, to give Bill C-52 their support in a timely manner so that the benefits can indeed start to flow to Canadians as they should. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to ask my colleague a question. I'll preface my comments by just indicating that I served on the Finance Committee most of last year. I worked with her as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance, and to my shock, came to have some high regard for her personally, and enjoyed her company. We traveled Canada, and we spent some time, and I got to know that she is a very engaging person, and I've enjoyed that. But I disagree with her on some very fundamental points, and I want to talk about the Atlantic Accord. I've asked her before on this question. She's indicated that in her view the Atlantic Accord was, she's used the word gerrymandered and an ad hoc agreement. I disagree with her on that, and I think I've made that clear. But I want to talk to her specifically about what the Atlantic Accord is, because at its essence, and there's a lot of confusion, but it's very simple, the Atlantic Accord assured Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador that they would be the full beneficiaries of offshore, over and above whatever equalization program was in place at the time. So if equalization changed, as it did under the previous administration, Nova Scotia would get the benefit of the new equalization plus the Atlantic Accord. The Minister of Finance mocks Atlantic Canada, insults Atlantic Canada when he stands in this chamber and says, well, you've got a choice of the new equalization or the old deal in the Atlantic Accord. And the Atlantic Accord specifically said, whatever the new equalization is, Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador would get the benefit of that, plus the offshore. It wasn't one or the other. It was both, Mr. Speaker. In Nova Scotia, as in Newfoundland and Labrador, everybody knows that this budget torched the Atlantic Accord. Academics, economists, conservative premiers, an all-party resolution of the House of Assembly in Nova Scotia, including the minister who was married to the Conservative member from South Shore, all said, we have to honour the accord. It has been broken. Mr. John Crosbie today was quoted in a secret memo from before saying that this breaks the Atlantic Accord. The choice they're forced to make does not fulfill the 2005 agreement. There is no question the Atlantic Accord has been shunned and pushed aside. I want to ask my colleague, very seriously and simply, does she believe the Atlantic Accord was honoured in this budget, or does she agree with the member from Cumberland, Colchester, Muscat, Albert Valley, who made the principled decision yesterday that it didn't, and he can't live with that?
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's no secret, of course, that there are some differences of opinion surrounding this issue. But I would like to point out a few things to my honourable friend. First of all, the only reason the province of Nova Scotia has any rights to their own resources offshore is because of a Conservative government. He knows that. The Liberals were going to give his province nothing. And in fact, it was a Conservative government that started fighting for offshore rights for Nova Scotia while in opposition, and then followed through when they were in government by actually giving those rights in 1986 to Nova Scotia. It was Conservatives who fought to push the former Prime Minister, Liberal Prime Minister, who was not going to keep his promise to enter into the Accords, pushed him into doing that, Mr. Speaker, and he did that because of pressure from Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, he wasn't going to do that. Now, Mr. Speaker, we also have a situation where there was a fiscal imbalance, where there were not enough transfers to the provinces for them to provide services to their citizens. Again, the Liberals denied that there was any problem, said there's no fiscal imbalance. The current leader of the Liberal Party says no such thing as a fiscal imbalance, but again, it was Conservatives that transferred huge amounts of money to the provinces, including the province that the member comes from. And as I just mentioned, $39 billion new money from this government, this Conservative government, to the provinces and territories of this country to fix the fiscal imbalance. Now, Mr. Speaker, that's nothing, again, that would have come from the Liberals. And so, Mr. Speaker, the province of Nova Scotia specifically is $97 million better off today because of Conservative initiatives, Mr. Speaker. If there are differences of opinion, as the member alludes to, then they will be worked out in good faith by this government, Mr. Speaker, because we want fairness in this country. We want fairness for every province, including the province of Nova Scotia.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to address the gaps in this budget with regards to First Nations. We know that there has been a 2% funding cap in place since 1996. The Department of Indian and Northern Affairs' own documents have done an analysis on the impact of this 2% cap on education, on housing, on any number of programs. And the current budget actually doesn't address specifically those funding gaps. In fact, there has been some detailed analysis done, and 1 in 4 First Nations children living on reserve live in poverty. There is a 22% gap in funding for children in care on reserve. That, in fact, has resulted in a complaint being filed by the Assembly of First Nations, a human rights complaint being filed because children on reserve have access to a far lower level of service than children off reserve. In fact, I've introduced a motion in the House called Jordan's Principle, which talks about funding adequately and getting by jurisdictional disputes and putting children first. So I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary would indicate how this government plans on addressing that vital 2% funding gap and ensuring that First Nations in this country have access to a standard of living that other Canadians expect.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I certainly agree with my honourable friend that the situation, the conditions under which some of our First Nations people live in this country are absolutely appalling, unacceptable, and must be changed, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest to the honourable member that to some degree, to a large degree perhaps, it's not just lack of money that is the problem, that there are some systemic problems, including lack of basic human rights on First Nations reserves that are part of this problem, Mr. Speaker. And she will know that our government has a number of initiatives to address that, including giving First Nations people the human rights under the Human Rights Act that other Canadians enjoy, Mr. Speaker. And so I think we need to look at these issues as a package, Mr. Speaker. But one thing we can't do is expect the status quo to work. And so I would urge her to work with this government on some of the changes that need to be made in the systemic problems. Also, of course, as she knows, both our previous budget and this budget do put significant new money toward First Nations initiatives, and we will continue to do that, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to the remarks of the Parliamentary Secretary, and I certainly applaud the initiatives of the budget and specifically of Bill C-52. The tax cuts for families are very well received in my riding, and the improved financial security that the measures for seniors, such as pension splitting and RSP regulation changes, are also very important. But I want to refer specifically to a comment that she made in regards to the investment of $50 million for research and development to the Perimeter Institute. I've personally had the privilege of visiting the Perimeter Institute and the Institute for Quantum Computing. And I want to confirm that she said that if Bill C-52 is not passed, that $50 million could be in jeopardy. Because if that is true, Mr. Speaker, there are many residents of the KW area that will be very concerned, and in fact, this will impact the future research capabilities of this great institution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate those comments from my colleague. It's certainly our hope, Mr. Speaker, that all members of Parliament will want initiatives such as the Perimeter Institute to get funding in a timely fashion as they have been promised, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pretty confident that will happen. I simply mention these concerns so that Canadians will be aware that there have been as I said, I want to be careful with this, but there have been some bumps in the road and some suggestions from the other place that there may be attempts to hold up these measures. I don't think that's going to be helpful to Canadians. I think if there's differences of opinion between parties, they should be worked out between the parties. Canadians and Canadian initiatives like the Perimeter Institute should not be held hostage for that purpose, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Markham, Unionville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't get a chance to ask my honourable colleague a question, but I will use up part of my time. When she talked about how important it was not to waste time in passing the budget, I would just point out that the government itself wasted 3.5 weeks in the month of April when it withdrew its own budget from the legislative process. So it's difficult to know if she thinks it is so terribly important why the government itself caused an unnecessary 3.5-week delay. So I just want to put that on the record, Mr. Speaker. But in terms of my own speech, I would like to focus on two themes regarding this budget. The first is, and the two themes are incompetence and dishonesty. An incompetent budget in the sense that the minister is out of his depth, and a dishonest budget in a number of senses, not merely broken promises, but the denial that those promises were in fact broken, and in some cases the denial of the undeniable. Not to mention as well repeated statements of things that clearly are not true, like saying that you've cut income tax when everybody knows that you've raised income tax. And so I would like to pursue these two themes, and in doing so, I realize there are other things one could say about the budget. One could say that it was a mean-spirited budget in its treatment of Aboriginal people or children or students or all of the above. I also realize that these themes of incompetence and dishonesty can be applied to other aspects of the behavior of this government, like environment or Afghanistan. But in the time allotted to me, I'd like to focus exclusively on the budget and exclusively on these two particular themes. And before I get into detail, let me say a question about language. I've been in the business of reading budgets, commenting on budgets for quite a few years, long before I went into politics. And I've noticed that those commenting on the budget, economic analysts, specialists, generally use language that is respectful, even deferential, very moderate words. And so when I go through the commentary that was applied to this budget over the last several weeks, I've just made a collection of some of the adjectives that these normally very sober analysts have used to describe the budget. And some of these words are the following: unbelievable, worst in 35 years, nut job, stupid, clueless, insane, idiotic. I've been at this kind of thing for more years than I would care to think, and never in my life have I heard words of that nature applied to the budget of a government of Canada. So I guess I would suggest that this is indirect evidence that the extremity of the language of people unaccustomed to such language is matched by the extremity of the incompetence that would provoke such language from people unaccustomed to using such words. Unless that is, for some unexplained reason, there was a sudden contagious outburst of rudeness from economic analysts and economists. So I'd like to give you several examples, 6 to be precise, of areas in which we see this combination of incompetence and dishonesty. And the first of those, one has to go back in history a little bit to when the Minister of Finance was the Ontario Finance Minister, or actually he wasn't, he was a very senior member of the Ontario government, and they were running an election on a balanced budget. And after they lost the election and the auditors came in, it turned out it was a $5.8 billion deficit. Well, here we have that combination displayed nicely, because to run a $5.8 billion deficit in itself is incompetent. But to pretend that it is a balanced budget when in fact you know it's a deficit, that is dishonest. So that was the first revelation, if you like, of that combination. The second example I would use is when the government decided to raise income tax in order to pay for a GST cut. Now that is incompetent in the sense that there's not an economist on the planet who would say that that was a sensible thing to do. And I think there are very, very few Canadians who would rather have a penny off the price of a cup of coffee than more money in their wallets through an income tax cut. But it also reflects the dishonesty theme, because while everybody in the country knew that their income tax had been raised, the government persisted in saying that their income tax had been cut, even though all the budget forms that all Canadians fill out, the tax returns, clearly stated the opposite. And they repeated in this statement. And perhaps you could even say I'm naive to be shocked by this, perhaps, but when the government of the day persists, not just once, but time after time after time, in making a statement that is self-evidently false, I think that is damaging to, if you will, the political class, all of us in this chamber. Because in some sense, Canadians will say, well, it's normal. They're politicians. Of course they say things they know to be wrong. And I don't think that is how politicians generally or ought to behave. So I do take offense at behavior which takes what is obviously a tax increase and repeatedly, again and again and again, claims that it is a tax cut. The third example I would mention is the federal-provincial relations and the whole situation of equalization, which we've heard about in some detail today. And here I'd like to give a particularly interesting quote from the finance minister in his budget. And he said, I quote, "The long, tiring, unproductive era of bickering between the provincial and federal governments is over." End of quote. Now that is a very definitive statement. The long, tiring, unproductive era of federal-provincial bickering is over. Well, you wouldn't have known that from question period today, would you, Mr. Speaker? They say a successful budget is out of the news cycle in 3 days. I think we're on about day 80, and it was certainly in the question period cycle. And I think it displays an extraordinary naivety to think that any amount of money paid to provinces would in some magical sense bring to a permanent end the long, tiring, unproductive era of bickering. But perhaps more to the point, here we have three clearly broken promises. We have three commitments made by this government to three provincial governments, Newfoundland and Labrador, Nova Scotia, and Saskatchewan, and those commitments were clearly broken. And what we see, and we saw that, we've seen it for a number of weeks, the government persists in denying that it broke those agreements. And we would not have had an honourable member taking the huge step of voting against his own government and being kicked out of his own caucus if there were any doubt as to whether that agreement had indeed been broken. So we have a double set of dishonesty in breaking the promises and then in denying that those promises had indeed been broken. And there's another kind of dishonesty here, Mr. Speaker, and this is what you might call playing with numbers. You hear the finance minister quote these hundreds of millions of dollars that go to this province or that province. Well, we in the Finance Committee had the pleasure of listening to Premier Calvert of Saskatchewan last week or the week before, and he went through in some detail how these numbers just are meaningless. They're a mishmash. They're monies that would have gone to Saskatchewan anyway. They're measured over 5 years or 10 years. They're just concocted in whatever way is convenient for the government to come up with a number that sounds big. And there was a similar experience with the Canada-Ontario agreement, where they concocted numbers in a meaningless way to pretend that they were paying a lot of money to the province of Ontario. And so perhaps it's because I'm an economist, but I like to get numbers from the Department of Finance of the Government of Canada that I can trust. And the way this government concocts its numbers just to serve whatever purpose it has in mind at any given moment takes away that confidence in those numbers. And related to that, Mr. Speaker, was the net debt gimmick. Some of you may remember that. Suddenly the government came out with this statement, we're going to abolish the net debt. Canada will be net debt free. As if we were supposed to all jump up and applaud. Well, it's some arcane thing that they dragged up from the OECD. But you notice they never talk about it anymore. They never talk about it anymore because they were so ridiculed that they've taken that back into the cupboard because it was just manipulating statistics to try to pretend to Canadians that something was different when in fact nothing had changed. So it's playing with numbers. Whether it's manipulating Saskatchewan numbers, manipulating Canada-Ontario agreement numbers, or taking this arcane concept of net debt and pretending you're doing something new and different. It's a gimmick. And this is the kind of behavior that I object to. And my fourth point, Mr. Speaker, involves interest deductibility. Now, here we have a real disaster for the government. There was a statement in the budget that could not have been more crystal clear that as of a certain date, companies would no longer be allowed to deduct for tax purposes interest on money they borrowed to invest abroad. Crystal clear. Then it became apparent, since the whole financial world came tumbling down on this minister, that he'd done something really stupid. He had neglected the point that all other major countries allow their companies to deduct interest. And so if Canada alone did not allow that to happen, our companies would be put at a huge competitive disadvantage, more susceptible to takeover. He'd be creating disadvantaged Canada instead of advantaged Canada. And the minister caved. But you know how he caved, and here I come to honesty. He didn't say, sorry, I made a mistake. He said, everybody has misinterpreted my budget. Everybody except me has read the budget wrong. None of us understood the budget except him. And you know what the effect of that is? All of those hundreds and thousands of tax experts out there who were down his throat for doing something so stupid in the budget as this interest deductibility measure, they were all angry at this minister because he said to all these tax experts that they misread the budget because he couldn't admit that he was changing something. So they were angry at him, and now all of these analysts are angry at him, and that's not a very good position for a minister to put himself in. It's not very smart. But my main point is that it's another example of the sneaky dishonesty that we see again and again and again from this government. And my last point on interest deductibility is that having incompetently introduced a measure which he had to withdraw, but he didn't have the courage to say that he was withdrawing it, he then withdrew it in an incompetent manner. Because there are two issues here. There's something called debt dumping, and there's something called double dipping. Now, I think this minister likes the sound of double dipping because it sounds somehow evil and immoral. So he wants to attack double dipping. But the problem is that every expert across the country says that the abuse does not come from double dipping. The abuse comes from debt dumping. So if he knew what he was doing, which he didn't, he would have attacked debt dumping. Now, debt dumping means that a foreign subsidiary comes into Canada, borrows huge amounts of money, gets to deduct the interest from the debt so as to reduce its Canadian tax, and then invest that money in some third country. So that's a way to escape Canadian taxes inappropriately. And there are some abuses there, and those should be cracked down upon. But double dipping, the way he's attacking it, it's likely to be that the net effect will be to reduce the revenue of the government of the United Kingdom or the government of the United States. And so it's as if this minister's goal is to increase the revenues of foreign governments at the expense of Canadian companies, which makes no sense whatsoever. So the interest deductibility is a very good example. First, it shows that he's out of his depth in introducing the measure in the first place. Then the manner in which he withdraws it, pretending he isn't withdrawing it, pretending everyone else in the country misread the budget in the first place, that shows a lack of straightforwardness in his behavior. And then the third point, when he attacks the wrong target, attacks double dipping when he should be attacking debt dumping, that shows a second level of incompetence. The fifth and second to last problem I'd like to focus on is the extraordinarily incompetent design of the fee-bait program. It's rare that you give a tax break or a subsidy to an industry and they're up in arms against you. But that's exactly what happened. The auto industry didn't complain so much about the extra cost imposed on gas guzzlers. They were up in arms at the rebate the government gave to the energy-efficient cars. And the reason is because 75% of that money was focused on one single model, which was not very different, environmentally speaking, from the next model. And let me just quote one individual, a well-known expert on the auto sector called Denis Desrosiers, normally one of those experts who uses very moderate language, and he said, and I quote, "Honda felt so slighted by this stupid fee-bait," that's his word, "that they have come out guns a-blazing. The feds now not only have a policy in place that does not work, they also have turned the company most willing to work to address the auto issues of the day into an advertising juggernaut criticizing the federal government's policies." So they've created enemies of all the tax analysts by telling them they didn't know how to read the budget, and now they're creating enemies of the auto industry in trying to give it rebates. Talk about incompetence, Mr. Speaker. And finally, last but not least, I come to the subject of income trusts. You know, this is the mother of all broken promises. But as I said at the beginning, this government not only breaks promises, but once it breaks a promise, it denies it broke the promise. It denies the undeniable. Now, I had forgotten this, but in the early days of the income trust debate, the government denied it had broken a promise. That didn't last very long because it's so obvious. It's so obvious. The Prime Minister said it so clearly in the election so many times. But in the early days, here's a quote from the Prime Minister. responding on November 1st, the day after Black Wednesday, or perhaps that was Black Wednesday, yes, the day after Halloween when the policy was announced. The Prime Minister said, and I quote, "The commitment of this party was not that we would have no taxes for TELUS. It was a commitment to protect the income of seniors. The Minister of Finance has brought in an age credit, he has brought in pension splitting, he's imposing fair taxes on the corporate community, and I challenge the Liberal Party to support these things." So he's denied he broke a promise on income trust. I had thought earlier today that that was one promise he couldn't deny, but he tried. He tried for a day or two by saying it was all about tax fairness, and then he gave up because it was so impossible. And he acknowledged that he broke the tax on income trust. But my colleague over there probably forgot this too. In the early days, he actually denied that he'd broken the promise on income trust. And now let's look at the 2 minutes. All right, I only have 2 minutes, but I think I've spoken enough over the last several weeks on the subject of income trust. So I am able to summarize it fairly easily. That this was not only a broken promise, but it was a nuclear bomb dropped on the industry when the Liberal plan, which is a more surgical plan, would have done the job correctly and which still will do the job correctly once the Liberals come to power. Mr. Speaker, it was a comedy of unintended consequences. Advantage Canada became Disadvantage Canada. Tax fairness became tax unfairness. An attempt to get more revenue for the government because of their incompetence turned into less revenue for the government. So income trust was not only an example of broken promise and in that sense dishonesty, it's perhaps Exhibit A in terms of a government that is out of its depth. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, let me simply say that we have not abandoned our struggle for the appropriate policy on income trusts, and because of this combination of gross incompetence and gross dishonesty, Liberals, one and all, will be very proud to vote against this budget. Thank you very much.
Before we go to questions and comments, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The Honourable Member for Western Arctic on taxation. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the I appreciate the comments, and I take them very lightly in terms of the income trust comments that he makes. He mentions that his party has one plan. Well, you know, the member from Markham Unionville sits on the Finance Committee. He's going to have to do a little work in terms of addition, because so far we've heard at least 4 so-called plans with respect to income trust from his party. So I don't think he can go too far to talk about right and wrong, BlackBerry emails, all that sorts of thing when it comes to talking about whether or not we actually have a party on the other side of the House that understands or even was willing, very unwilling, to actually deal with the issue of income trust. But I would like to focus a little more on his comments with respect to the fiscal imbalance. The fact that it's nice actually to hear the members stand up today and talk about a fiscal imbalance, something his party wasn't interested in doing for the last 13 years, but he is standing here today acknowledging that perhaps not that there is a fiscal imbalance and that this government has fixed and worked at fixing that problem, but certainly standing here today talking about a fiscal imbalance. And I also find it odd that the Liberal member would actually vote against the budget based on the fiscal imbalance, because it brings $12.8 billion in federal support just for Ontario. Maybe he should have consulted with his provincial Liberal colleagues before he's going to vote against the budget. I've done a little research. I'd like to just mention a few of those, Mr. Speaker. Did he consult with Liberal Premier Dalton McGuinty, who said, this budget 2007 represents real progress for Ontarians? Did he talk to the Liberal Finance Minister, Greg Sabera, who said, there are real positive changes in this budget 2007? Did he speak to the Liberal Energy Minister, Dwight Duncan, who said, Budget 2007 was a good step forward and the kind of thing we wanted to see, Mr. Speaker. Did he consult with the Liberal Mississauga West MPP, Bob Delaney, who praised Budget 2007, saying, and I quote, "There's nothing the federal government could have done more effectively than to address the fiscal gap," end quote. I asked the member, was Dalton McGuinty wrong? Was Greg Sabera wrong? Was Dwight Duncan wrong? Was Bob Delaney wrong?
Yes,
Mr. Speaker?
Not on this problem.
Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member raises, I think, 3 points. On the first point, maybe he hasn't been listening, but we only have one plan for income trusts, and it consists of a 10% tax that is refundable to all Canadian residents and a moratorium on the creation of new income trusts. It's very simple. He should be able to absorb that. Second, on the question of the fiscal imbalance, when do you know that a fiscal imbalance is no longer there? I would have thought, given the finance minister's referral to the long, tiring, unproductive era of bickering between the federal and provincial governments now being over, maybe a fiscal imbalance no longer exists when everybody's happy. And if that's the government's interpretation of fiscal imbalance, then I would say we are in a greater imbalance today than we've ever been. We have a member of Parliament crossing the floor because of being kicked out of his caucus. We have 3 extremely angry provinces, 5 unhappy provinces. Is that the government's definition of balance? I would have said that that's a highly unbalanced situation. Or are we to say that the fiscal imbalance is solved merely because the finance minister declares it to be so? None of this makes any sense unless they have some definition of fiscal imbalance and what it means, whether this thing exists or does not exist. And on the subject of Ontario, very quickly, the member's in no place to speak for Ontario when the government ripped millions, hundreds of millions from Ontario in the Canada-Ontario Agreement, when the Ontario government has slammed the government for its environment policy, for its redistribution policy of creating new seats. Selective quotes will not do the job, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his very passionate speech, and I want to touch on something he talked about in terms of concocted numbers. And I would actually argue that this particular budget goes far beyond concocted numbers into concocted rhetoric. And in response to my question about a 2% cap on funding for First Nations communities, the parliamentary secretary talked about the fact that, well, she didn't actually name the act, but if we just repealed Section 67 of the Canadian Human Rights Act and had human rights on reserve, that everything would be fine, when in fact we know with this 2% cap in place that First Nations communities would actually do not have the resources to remedy, for example, complaints on housing. And earlier, the Minister of Indian and Northern Affairs got up and denied the fact that an agreement called the Kelowna Accord actually existed. So, and we all know that, in fact, there was 18 months of consultation that led up to a commitment by the then Liberal government and by various ministers across this country and premiers across this country to institute funding that would address some critical issues in First Nations communities. And I wonder if the member would comment on the kind of notions that have come forward and completely disregarded the very real needs in First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities across this country.
The honourable member for Markham, Unionville.
I thank the honourable member for her question, and at least on this issue, it seems that we're in virtual total agreement, in the sense that I agree that the challenges of First Nations are extremely important. They are a shameful situation for Canada, and that this government has ripped aside the Kelowna Agreement and done virtually nothing for First Nations. And I guess all I can say is that we agree. I said at the beginning, I also believe this is a very mean-spirited government with respect to its treatment of Aboriginal people, other poor people, students, but I wasn't going to dwell on that today, but I certainly agree with the point that she made.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask the honourable member who had been speaking. I thought he made some excellent points. And the interest deductibility, that certainly is a very big issue. But one of the things that the member from the Yukon actually circulated today was on the fact that income tax has increased under this new government. And this is kind of a joke to me, this talking about a new government, because now this government has been in power for a year and a half, and I wonder how long you can call yourself new and improved, Mr. Speaker. It's quite comical, I find. But for a government that ran in the last election and promised that they would help Canadians, and particularly our lower-income Canadians and middle-income Canadians, and now, for heaven's sakes, they've increased income tax. And I think that that's actually shocking, Mr. Speaker, that this government, who has campaigned and gave the promise that they would not do such a thing, has done that. And again, another broken promise. And I want to draw the attention also, as the honourable member did, to the fiscal imbalance. My goodness, we have the Premier of Newfoundland now running an ABC program, which is, of course, vote anything but Conservative. So I wonder if the member could comment on those 2 points that I've raised. Thank you.
The honourable member for Markham, Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank very much my great colleague from Guelph. And I certainly agree with what she said. And let me just put her point in context. I don't know if she was here when the parliamentary secretary gave her speech about billions and millions and how long it would count to count $1 million. Let me ask her a question. How many nickels did the government take out of the pockets of Canadians when they raised the income tax rate? Answer, 28 billion nickels were taken out of the pockets of hardworking Canadians when the government imposed its income tax hike. And if the parliamentary secretary were here, I would ask her the question, how many hours would it take to count those 28 billion nickels that were taken out of the pockets of ordinary Canadians when this mean-spirited government raised income taxes? Good question.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Burlington. A short question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is my honor to get up today to talk about C-52. It's an important bill, and honesty was mentioned many times by the Speaker. And I think he's treading on very dangerous ground. If I recall correctly, which I attended every single one of the committee meetings dealing with income trust, for example, and not once did they, the member bring forward the concept of what they think is the Liberal plan to discuss that with any of the witnesses, and I challenge to check the blues on that, on any of the witnesses during those sessions. It was after they were all done. It's completely dishonest to say that we checked to see whether the experts that we had in front of us believed in his plan. And for someone who represents one area and lives in another, honesty is a really difficult thing, I think. Thank you.
I had asked the honourable member for a short question. He burned the clock. However, I will allow the honourable member for Markham, Unionville, a short time to respond.
Well, the honourable member doesn't seem to understand that we on this side of the House, unlike the government, like to do our investigation first and then we make our policy. So it's our intention to hear the witnesses, absorb their wisdom, and then come out with the policy. I know the Minister of Finance likes to do it the other way. He dreams up some out-of-his-depth crazy ideas and then consults the experts and find out it's wrong. We prefer to consult the experts before we announce our policy.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jean-Lebert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to stand and speak once more to the budget that was presented earlier in this session here in the House. Earlier today, speakers spoke to the bill and talked about fiscal imbalance. It makes me laugh a little bit. I listened carefully to the debate between the Liberals and the Conservatives about the fiscal imbalance. The Liberals, of course, have refused to admit that the fiscal imbalance even exists. And the Conservatives claim that now the problem is solved. So the Conservatives work this way in eliminating the fiscal imbalance. The Minister of Finance stands up, presents his budget, and says that, as it says in the budget, now the fiscal imbalance is eliminated. And that is the way it is done. The Conservatives just keep saying the same thing, and they claim that is the reality. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you can understand, that is not the case. Serving our voters, our constituencies, and doing our work means that we have to actually walk the talk. Now, as to what the fiscal imbalance is, this is something I would remind you that the Séguin Commission in Quebec that looked into this issue in depth, that commission studied this. This committee, this party has been the only one to bring it to the House. It was the first one to talk about the fiscal imbalance, and the government has made some progress, but they still don't really understand what is meant by the fiscal imbalance. When the concept of the fiscal imbalance was defined, they didn't take words and ideas out of a hat. They didn't look up in an encyclopedia to see what they could use. The fact is that there is an imbalance, and that imbalance is fiscal in nature. It is not a financial imbalance entirely. The federal or central government has too much tax power, too much tax revenue for the needs and the powers it has under the Constitution. However, the government of Quebec and the other provinces do not have enough of a tax base to be able to properly assume the responsibilities under their jurisdiction. The federal government has substantial surpluses year after year after year in every budget, including this Conservative budget. Despite what the Conservatives say, the government thereby has the money to interfere in the jurisdiction of Quebec and the other provinces. If the federal government did not have more tax power and a greater tax base than it needs, then it could not interfere in provincial jurisdiction. But because it has too much fiscal tax capacity, then it is able to do so. The provinces, however, do not have the resources they need. They do not have a sufficient tax base to be able to meet all of their needs, and therefore they are in an increasingly financial precarious position. The fiscal imbalance, therefore, requires a fiscal transfer, a tax transfer. I meet with a lot of people in my riding. Last week, I was on Wellington Street in my riding, and I spoke to people who told me that the fiscal imbalance needs to be resolved through a tax transfer, and people understand that quite readily. It is only the Conservatives who do not understand, or at least those from Quebec. Outside Quebec, obviously the Liberals and NDP do not understand this concept either. The Conservatives have not really delivered the goods. A financial transfer is a good thing, it is important, but it does not give Quebec any additional sources of revenue. We are supporting this budget. We have done our work. We want Quebecers to obtain those resources to have that money transferred to Quebec. Therefore, we decided to support this budget. The Bloc understands that it is necessary to do this. It is not very difficult, and in the last vote, it was clear that the Conservatives understood they needed us to make this Parliament work. So the fiscal imbalance is not resolved. The fiscal or tax transfer has not been done in this budget. The Department of Finance and its officials, the minister, they have all told us that there is no tax transfer. It may happen next year. It may happen further along than that. But the Conservative Party is paying a great deal of money for ads that say that Mr. Dion, the leader of the opposition, if he were Prime Minister, he says that there is no fiscal imbalance. But in fact, the Conservatives admit that this is not really a permanent solution, that Quebec is still dependent on the federal government for this funding. All Quebecers, whether they are federalist or sovereignist, all parties in the National Assembly want to be able to count on independent revenues, and they don't always want to be at the mercy of the federal government. The solution for Quebec is to recover either tax points or tax fields like the GST so that it has stable, predictable funding. And this will be fair. Mr. Speaker, this budget has advantages. We know that because this is a minority government, it needs to have the Bloc Québécois support. We have a large contingent here in Ottawa sent by the Quebec people. The fiscal imbalance, however, is not yet eliminated. A lot of work still needs to be done, and we will do the work that we need to defend Quebec's interests. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I noted with interest some of the comments that the member opposite made, and I'm just wondering if he would comment on how the people in his province are receiving the good news that there will be this $2,000 child tax credit, saving Quebec parents almost $300 million. Also, the increase in the basic spousal amount, providing another almost $60 million in tax relief. Certainly, there's a lot of initiatives here that I would think that he would be glad to support in this Bill C-52.
The Honourable Member for Jean-Lebert. When I meet with constituents in my riding, we often have an opportunity to discuss the extent to which the federal tax system is poorly adapted to the choices that Quebecers want. And in the area of children, this is a flagrant example. At the federal level, people can get a tax credit for child care when children are sent to daycare. In Quebec, however, since we made a choice as a society to pay collectively for daycare, to have $7 a day daycare spaces, that is, at a great discount, then people have less access to those tax credits than people elsewhere in the country. But the Quebec people do pay for these daycare spaces. They pay through their taxes to Quebec City. But they can't say, well, I pay $7 out of my pocket and then get a larger tax credit. So what does that mean? It means that every year the federal government saves $250 million, or I'm not sure quite what the figure is, but a huge amount of money. Therefore, the federal tax system gains a great deal of money because Quebec has decided to set up a system that has been applauded around the country and even around the world. The federal system is very expensive for Quebec, and the solution clearly in the medium and long term is sovereignty for Quebec. In the meantime, the Bloc Québécois is here and wants to have this tax system, the federal system, corrected. We met with the finance minister in the finance committee, and my colleague and I raised this with him. We feel that we would like to have the same fairness applied. The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan. Questions or comments?
I want to thank the member for his intervention. There are a couple of points in the budget that I'd like to ask him to clarify in his view. One, I want to touch on the child care, Mr. Speaker. Of course, New Democrats have been calling for a universal, quality, regulated public child care system, and Quebec has a good model where parents in the province of Quebec can go to work or to school each day knowing that their children are placed in quality regulated childcare, and yet this budget failed to provide funding for that. People argue that we call it a family allowance, is supposed to help create childcare spaces when in effect we know it does not, and that it doesn't even substantially go towards covering the cost of childcare. So I'd wonder if the member could comment on that, but I'd also wonder if he could comment on the fact that there is virtually no money in this budget for either affordable housing or social housing. And of course, many of us from coast to coast to coast in my own province of British Columbia, my riding of Nanaimo Cowichan, many people just simply cannot find affordable housing. And I wonder if the member could comment on that.
The honourable member for Jean-Lebert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As for the first part of my colleague's comment, I think I did explain what I am most concerned about as a member of the Bloc Québécois and a representative from Quebec with respect to daycare services. We have a high-quality system that works well, that is well appreciated, in fact, so much so that we have a lack of spaces. That's the only problem that we have in Quebec with these $7 a day daycare spaces. The program is very popular. What we wanted was for the $200 million saved by the federal government year after year on the backs of Quebec parents be transferred to the government of Quebec so that the government of Quebec can invest it in the daycare network and increase the number of spaces. We're not asking for any favoritism, no special treatment. We are just asking the federal government not to get rich on the backs of the choices made by Quebecers. They're saying, oh, well, you've made this great choice. It doesn't really match up with our tax system, and so we will skim off $200 million a year. I made this proposal at the Finance Committee, but unfortunately it was not supported by any other committee. I think for the rest of Canada, this would set a good example. The opposition parties and even the government could have supported this idea, saying that, well, Quebec has made this choice and we will not penalize them in the tax system. Perhaps other provinces would make different decisions. They could set up an affordable daycare system, though. Questions and comments?
Questions and comments. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is just about the last time we will have a chance to speak about the 2007 budget. We are drawing near the end, Mr. Speaker, but without losing hope that we can try to persuade this government to make amends for the errors it has made along this journey. We've just seen a living example of that today in this House with the member for Muscatavat Valley, Cumberland, Colchester. I might have got it in the wrong order. Stood up in this House today as an independent to speak for his province, his region, against a government, his own party, that had broken its word and failed miserably to address the needs of Atlantic Canada. Mr. Speaker, that member stood in this House today to plead with this government to reconsider, to simply stand up and say we made a mistake and our word is good. The agreement we signed will be kept, and you can count on us to be there as we promised. Not too much to ask, Mr. Speaker, is it? Not too much to ask when you consider what's involved. A written commitment from the government to the province of Nova Scotia, Newfoundland and Labrador, an agreement with the province of Saskatchewan, agreements to address the fact that these are provinces in the developing stages of accessing their raw resources and oil and gas revenues. So, Mr. Speaker, it was not an extraordinary request today. It was based on an agreement, based on an understanding for the good of this country and for the good of those regions that are developing their resources, who need and have asked for and received from this government the agreement to develop those resources without being hurt in an equalization formula, without seeing a clawback at a time when they most needed that revenue. Not asking for a favor to go to regions forever and a day, but simply that a word be kept, that an agreement be maintained so that those provinces could reap the benefits of their resources and ensure that, in fact, the very difficult economic and social circumstances being faced in those provinces would finally be dealt with. Mr. Speaker, this is the story of this budget. It's hard to believe that it's only been since March the 19th that we've been dealing with this, because there have been so many issues each and every day. Some problem has emerged. Some new development has occurred. Some story has been developed. Some line changed, whether we're talking about the Atlantic Accords or the deal with Saskatchewan and the promises broken by this government, whether we're dealing with the change of heart with respect to interest deductibility and the earlier commitment by this government to crack down on corporate tax avoidance, or whether we're talking about the failure of this government to meet its commitment to our original peoples and to respond in the face of a very explosive situation. This government has failed to react, and has only compounded the problems and made the situation worse. So we're here making our last plea for the government to come to its senses on a number of areas. We don't expect that we will agree on everything, but we are asking this government to deal with some very critical issues and to make some significant changes in this budget. Mr. Speaker, the fundamental problem with this Conservative budget is that it has failed to be honest with the Canadian people, just as the budgets of the previous government, the previous Liberal governments, failed to be honest with the Canadian people. So as a result, decisions have been made in the absence of full democratic participation, and decisions have been made that will set back the human development of this country many, many years. And decisions have been made that will prevent this government from taking action when human crises emerge. Today, Mr. Speaker, we are hearing news of such looming crises, some actually happening before our very eyes. The news out of British Columbia about floods in the Skeena Valley, in the Skeena-Bulkley Valley, are mind-boggling. Some of us can remember what it was like when we went through the flood of the century in Manitoba. And we remember the way in which the Liberal government spurned us at our time of need. How the Prime Minister, Jean Chrétien, came into our riding, into our city, into my riding, threw one sandbag, un sac de sable, and continued on with his election, despite the crying needs of Manitobans. The people overcame, the people persevered. The people of Winnipeg, with the help of volunteers from all parts of the country, with the help of members of the armed forces, with the commitment by the local and provincial governments, the situation of most dire consequences was averted. Will this be the case when it comes to British Columbia today? Does this government have the flexibility and the foresight and the compassion to actually intervene in this very difficult situation as we speak? Artifacts are being evacuated from the Kassan Historical Village. Hundreds of families are awaiting flood notice from BC's northwest to the Fraser Valley. This situation demands swift federal action. Has it happened? Have we heard anything? Has the government moved to help people who are being evacuated, to help the loss of precious artifacts as part of our original people's history? Is this a priority for the government? Mr. Speaker, that's the big question mark today. At a time like a budget, when we're looking at dealing with the needs of this country through the fiscal means of the state, surely we can expect the government to be immediately announcing a plan of attack to deal with this kind of situation. Not a word yet, Mr. Speaker. Now, I raise another issue. Just this week, we learned of tellers working at the CIBC in this country been forced to begin a lawsuit to get money that is owed to them because they worked overtime and have never been compensated for that overtime. So, Mr. Speaker, this is at a time when the profits of the big banks have never been so great, when the compensation packages and payouts and executive salaries of the CEOs of our 5 major banks has never been so exorbitant and enormous. We have the vast majority of workers at these banks being exploited, taken advantage of, and not paid their rightful salaries. Now, Mr. Speaker, I hear my friend here from, what's your riding? Burlington suggest, is this in the budget? Well, my goodness. Of course this is in the budget. A budget is about ensuring that everyone in this country is able to be paid for his or her worth, to be allowed the opportunity to work in jobs that are fulfilling and meaningful, that supports families to ensure that they can be productive members of our society. That is the purpose of a budget. It is not about giving more leeway to the big banks so their profits can grow. It is not about loosening the ties of government so that the free market will reign in every aspect of our society without due regard for human condition. It is about ensuring a balance between the needs of the people of this land and the desirable position of preserving our environment and this earth for the future and for future generations. That's what a budget is all about. And the question is, on this front and on every aspect relating to a budget, this government has failed. It has failed in terms of providing for a long-term strategy to deal with the explosion of corporate takeovers in this country. It has failed to address the enormous loss of jobs in the manufacturing sector. It has failed to respond in any way to the rising dollar, which is now almost on par with the American dollar, creating serious problems in many parts of this country, and yet this government, this Minister of Finance, simply sits back and lets the Governor of the Bank of Canada suggest that all is well. All we need to do is raise interest rates. Let's just keep our focus on inflation, no matter the human consequences. And he sits back and does nothing, not a peep from this government, from the Minister of Finance, from anyone on government benches about the impact of the rising dollar on our economy. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm not here suggesting there are any easy answers. There aren't. But the one area where there are answers lies with a budget. A budget is supposed to provide the resources to compensate for those kinds of economic circumstances that might be beyond our control. It is about investing strategically in our economy so we are equipped in strategic sectors, in specialized ways to create products, to provide jobs, and to create trade. This budget doesn't do that. This budget hardly touches this whole area of jobs, the economy, training, education, work, childcare. I mean, it is basically a budget that has decided to take every available surplus dollar, follow the Liberals, do what the Liberals did for 13 years, lowball the budget, don't tell Canadians the kind of money they've got, and put it against the debt. So what have we just seen, Mr. Speaker? With this group, with this budget under the Conservatives, between this budget and last year, $22 billion go against the debt. Even though, Mr. Speaker, when all of that is factored in, we won't be much closer to a reduced debt to GDP ratio than if we had taken that money and invested it in areas that both deal with serious economic and social issues and grow the economy. What this budget is absolute foolishness when it comes to fiscal prudence. It is absolutely wrong-headed. It is a lost opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I will again remind members in this House that they would never in a million years pay off their mortgage if the roof was leaking, because they know that if they let the roof keep leaking, the house would be destroyed, and so what? If it's all paid off, there's no house left. Well, Mr. Speaker, the same is true of a country. The same is true of families and neighbourhoods and communities. If you take away the very means by which people can survive and provide for themselves and their families, and can contribute to their communities by being involved in volunteer organizations, and can use their skills to work in meaningful jobs that pay enough just to keep one's head above water, then maybe this government would understand what we're talking about. Because you see, if you took some of that money and you actually said, we owe it to the First Nations of this community, of this country, we owe it to the First Nations and the Métis and the Inuit to start to address the historic deficiencies caused by government after government after government. If we started, in fact, to invest in those programs that would allow Aboriginal peoples to be full participating members of our society, wouldn't we be a heck of a lot further along? Would we be standing here today hearing about a potentially explosive situation because, in fact, this budget did not do a single thing to meet the needs of Aboriginal people, did not do a thing to redress the historic imbalances and deficiencies caused by previous governments, particularly the last several Liberal governments. Mr. Speaker, would we be here today if just a portion of that $22 billion had gone to deal with third world conditions on reserves? Mold, fungus, contaminants growing in people's houses, roads washed out, food prices going through the ceiling, people living in the most decrepit conditions? Would we still be facing a potentially violent situation? A potentially explosive situation? Of course not. Of course not, because in fact, people react to the conditions around them. And when the world ignores a whole community's condition and refuses to deal with historical injustice and takes no steps to give hope, then we create those conditions for eruption and upheaval in our society today. We dealt with it at the Finance Committee, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Jacques from the Aboriginal, from the AFN, was at our committee. And he very clearly, when asked, what do we do now that the federal government has put no money into Aboriginal affairs and the communities are up in arms? What do we do to fulfill our responsibilities as a nation? And he said, just give us some hope. He wasn't asking for the moon. He said, give us some hope that we can convey to our communities so we have the possibilities of building again. Mr. Speaker, what if we had taken a portion of that $22 billion and invested it in, say, a few more childcare spaces so a mother today who has to work wouldn't be scrambling to try to figure out how to care for her child and earn a living that she has to earn to stay alive, and instead putting that family in jeopardy? Do we want to pay now or pay later? Mr. Speaker, no one here is saying take all the money and spend it. We're saying put some money against the debt, put some money against programs that have been cut back by Liberals, and put some money into strategic areas that will grow the economy, like the infrastructure deficit, like take the silliness of this tax-back guarantee, which will mean a few dollars for Canadians, and not mean very much in terms of their economic survival, the ability to survive, but will mean a lot if it's pooled and will grow the economy and deal with the deficit at the infrastructure level. There is so much, Mr. Speaker, we can do. This government has failed miserably.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Public Works.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, my colleague at the tail end of her speech there, she mentioned that the federal government should be having strategic investments into projects that will have strong economic benefit. I agree with her. For example, in this budget, we've put forward $1 billion over 8 years, as is recommended by the province of British Columbia for the Asia-Pacific Gateway and Corridors Initiative. We're going to build $400 million for the South Fraser Perimeter Road, North Fraser Perimeter Road, the Roberts Bank Rail Corridor. We're putting new interchanges in place in Regina. We're improving the access to the airport in Winnipeg, an announcement that I know is just down the road from where she is. We're helping build a new multimodal facility in Edmonton at 41st Avenue. We're putting $1 billion into the Asia-Pacific Gateway. It has a partnership between the federal government, the province of British Columbia, and all Western provinces, NDP, Conservative, and Liberal premiers in all of Western Canada. It's $1 billion. It's an incredible opportunity for Canada. In the first century of this country, we were an Atlantic trading province, a country recognizing our ties to Europe and our opportunity to link Europe with the United States and the trade opportunities there. The Asia-Pacific Gateway is about recognizing the trade opportunities between all of the Pacific Rim and Canada and through to the United States. It's $1 billion. The NDP Premier in her province supports it. All of Western Canada supports it. Why is she voting against the Asia-Pacific Gateway and against the best interests of Western Canada?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, we at no point have denied the fact that there are some elements of this budget that are supportable. We have never questioned certain investments that are part of this budget. But we decry the fact that so much has been left undone and the government has made choices that are not in the best interests of building a strong country. Let me say to the member, if he believes in strategic investments, why was there not a meaningful plan to deal with a $60 billion infrastructure deficit? Why wasn't there anything in this budget to deal with an absolutely deplorable housing situation in this country? Why was there nothing in this budget to help First Nations people? Why was there nothing in this budget of significance to create childcare spaces? What happened to families, to neighbourhoods, to communities, to quality of life, to decency and humanity? What happened to civil society? How is it that this minister and this government could not see the importance of balancing out the $22 billion that went against the debt to ensure that some of that money went to grow the economy, some went to deal with our debt, and some went to ensure...
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I want to talk a little bit about what the Honourable Member is yelling about right now, quite frankly, because it is a real concern to me that she talks about what about Aboriginal people and what has happened to them. Well, there was a thing called the Kelowna Accord, in case she forgets. And there is a reason that that isn't being implemented. Because the NDP decided to bring down the past government. You know, the NDP is critical on everything. It doesn't matter what anybody does or what government works. They're critical, but they do not have positive solutions. And there's a reason they have 28 members. And that's the reason. You have to... 29. Stand to be corrected. Things like the Kyoto Accord, which they voted down, the Liberal government wanted to implement, but oh no, they wanted to go to the polls. They wanted to go to the polls. This was important to them. What about addressing the fiscal imbalance? Could have done that. Oh no, that was not. They didn't want to accept that. And childcare. The member brings up childcare. How she can stand in this House and possibly bring up such a thing when they voted that down by bringing a Liberal government down. We had an agreement with every single province that we worked for years to get. And finally it went down because the NDP had the nerve and the gall to let this country down on childcare. You know, Mr. Speaker, I have so many constituents that wanted childcare, wanted Kyoto, wanted a better deal for cities right across Canada. And I think that that's shameful, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Order. I'm going to ask for a little bit of order as we finish up this question and comment period. The honourable member for...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The people that I represent and the people that I have come to know across this country have been waited so long for the Liberals to fulfill their election promise to have a national child care program that their infants are now teenagers and going into adulthood. Mr. Speaker, the child care, whether we're talking about child care or Aboriginal issues or the environment or housing or cities or education or health care, in each and every instance, we in the New Democratic Party worked like we've never worked before to try to convince Liberals when they were in government to effect change in those areas and to keep their promises. But we kept hitting our heads against a brick wall. We could not get through to those Liberals. And nowhere was that more relevant and apparent than when it came to the child care program, which has been the longest-running broken political promise in the history of this country. I can remember in 1993 the promise. I remembered it repeated in every election since. I wish the Liberals had had the gumption, the courage, the foresight, the leadership to keep their word and to build a legacy for this country and for our future generations.
In comments, the honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to ask my colleague about another area where there has been a real failure in this budget. There's nothing, I don't think, this budget in a serious way addresses the growing economic inequality in Canada, and it's becoming a very, very serious matter, certainly around the whole question of income distribution, and it's something that New Democrats have always been very, very concerned about. We know, Mr. Speaker, for instance, that the average earnings of the top decile are now 81 times that of the poorest decile in Canada. And when you look back, in 1976, the difference was only 32 times. So there's been a huge growth in that gap. In fact, the gap between the rich and poor in Canada is at a 30-year high in after-tax terms, and it's been growing quickly in the past 10 years. And that under economic conditions that traditionally lead to its falling. So none of the projections that we hear commonly from the Liberals or the Conservatives have proven true. So I wonder if the member or my colleague could comment on the increasing polarization of income in Canada and what that really means for Canadian families.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member, my colleague, is absolutely right. We're at we're in the middle of an all-time high or a record in terms of the gap between the rich and the poor. Never has the gap been so great today as it has been over the last 30 years. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Never in the last 30 years have we seen the gap so wide between the rich and the rest of us. And I want to refer, in fact, to the excellent study by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives called The Rich and the Rest of Us, which actually documents this in full colour. And, in fact, the member for Burlington might be, in fact, aware of the excellent presentation we had at our committee from Armin Yonelzian, who actually pointed out the very serious mistake made by this government in taking all available surplus dollars and putting it against the debt instead of helping families survive and ensure that their children were given the opportunities to be cared for in safe, quality childcare spaces. We're given the opportunity to go to university. We're given the opportunity to embark on exciting careers in our economy today. This government has absolutely missed an opportunity. It has squandered an opportunity. Never has this nation had so much wealth, and never has so little gone to the vast majority of Canadians. It's actually become an embarrassment for this nation around the world. Not only are we the worst among the G8 nations in terms of our greenhouse gas emissions, we are just about at the worst among G8 nations in terms of the Human Resource Development Index. Our record in terms of equality between the sexes, between regions, between individuals is deplorable, and in fact a crisis is looming as we ignore this situation, and we are only leading down the path of paying so much more in the future, and that, again, Mr. Speaker, speaks to the fact that this government hasn't got a fiscally sound policy. It is embarked upon a penny-wise, pound-foolish approach, and it is denying people their rights to live with some decency and basic in a civil society.
We'll have to go on to resuming debate. We've got a short time before the bells will ring. We'll go to the honourable member for Palliser. Oh, is this point of order? No? Point of order? Point of order, the honourable member for Mississauga South.
Since the bells are going to go in just a couple of minutes, and it would be probably not very helpful to start a speech for only 2 minutes and maybe not even be available when it was going to be resumed. So I wonder if the House would get unanimous consent just to allow one more question of the member.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to ask one? No? No. There's no consent. I think right now we're at 5:30. Perhaps if the honourable member for Mississauga South wishes to raise his point of order after the deferred recorded division is taken. Okay. It being 5:30 p.m. pursuant to order made on Thursday, May 31st, 2007, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration in the name of Ms. Chow. Convoquez les députés.
On the members.
Test 1, 2, 3. Testing wireless number 1. Test 1, 2, 3. This is wireless number 1. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
Order. Order. The question is as follows. Ms. Chow, seconded by Ms. Black, moved that the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration presented on Thursday, June 22nd, 2006, be concurred in. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. McDonough.
Ms. McDonough.
Ms. Davies.
Ms. Davies.
Ms. Washalie-Shalis.
Ms. Washalie-Shalis.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Co-Martin.
Mr. Co-Martin.
Ms. Black.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen, Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Cullen, Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Ms. Pretty.
Ms. Pretty.
Mrs. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Savoy.
Madame Savoy.
Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Madame Robillard.
Madame Robillard.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Godfrey.
Mr. Godfrey.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Redmond.
Mrs. Redmond.
Mr. Owen.
Mr. Owen.
Monsieur Thibault Westnova.
Mr. Thibault Westnova.
Mr. Turner.
Mr. Turner.
Mr. Desange.
Mr. Desange.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Back to Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mrs. Chamberlain.
Mrs. Chamberlain.
Monsieur Bonnet.
Monsieur Bonnet.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Saint-Denis.
Mr. St. Dennis.
Mr. Martinez, Wymal, Wandafuca.
Mr. Martinez, Wymal, Wandafuca.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough, Guildwood.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough, Guildwood.
Mrs. Barnes.
Mrs. Barnes.
Ms. Brown, Oakville.
Ms. Brown, Oakville.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. McTague.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Cullen, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Cullen, Etobicoke North.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Mr. Steckley.
Mr. Steckley.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Telegdi.
Mr. Telegdi.
Ms. Karatek Lindell.
Ms. Karatek Lindell.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Zed.
Mr. Zed.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Simard.
Mr. Bell, North Vancouver.
Mr. Bell, North Vancouver.
Mr. Boschkoff.
Mr. Boschkoff.
Monsieur Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Ms. Dalla.
Ms. Dalla.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mrs. Cadis.
Mrs. Cadis.
Mr. Scarpileggia.
Mr. Scarpileggia.
Mr. Santamond.
Mr. Santamon.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Rezhnevsky.
Mr. Rezhnevsky.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Morasti.
Mr. Morasti.
Mr. Murphy, Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Murphy, Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Giuseppe.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Craig.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Paquette.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Ménard, Hochelaga.
Monsieur Ménard, Hochelaga.
Monsieur Bachand.
Monsieur Bachand.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
Madame Picard.
Madame Picard.
Monsieur Guimont.
Monsieur Guimont.
Madame Gay.
Madame Gay.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Saint-Hilaire.
Madame Saint-Hilaire.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Bigras.
Madame Demers.
Madame Demers.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Ménard, Marc-Aurèle Fortin.
Monsieur Ménard, Marc-Aurèle Fortin.
Madame Faye.
Madame Faye.
Madame Barbeau.
Madame Barbeau.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Coteau.
Monsieur Coteau.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godet.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Lucier. Monsieur Ouellet, pardon.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Madame Thibault, Rimouski-Neget, Témiscouata-les-Basses.
Madame Thibault, Rimouski-Neget, Témiscouata-les-Basses.
Mr. Camouzi.
Mr. Camouzi.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those against the motion, please rise.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Prentice.
Monsieur Cannon, Pontiac.
Mr. Cannon, Pontiac.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Solberg.
Mr. Solberg.
Mr. Emerson.
Mr. Emerson.
Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Madame Vernet.
Madame Vernet.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mrs. Skelton.
Mrs. Skelton.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Ms. Georges.
Ms. Georges.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Brightkreitz.
Mr. Brightkreitz.
Mr. Hanger.
Mr. Hanger.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Thompson, Wild Rose.
Mr. Thompson, Wild Rose.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Ellicott.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Batters.
Mr. Batters.
Mr. Jaffer.
Mr. Jaffer.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Kahn.
Mr. Kahn.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Brown Barry.
Mr. Brown Barry.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Pallister.
Pallister.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Monsieur Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Monsieur Blany.
Mr. Blany.
Monsieur Galipeau.
Mr. Galipeau.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Wappel.
Mr. Wappel.
Regan did not
vote. Yes,
Mr. Matthews.
Mr. Matthews.
Monsieur Arthur.
Monsieur Arthur.
147, 147, nays contre 115, 115.
I declare the motion carried. La Chambre procédera.
The House will now proceed to the Deferred Recorded Division on report stage of Bill C-298 under private members' business.
Follows. Ms. Mina, seconded by Mr. Tonks, moved that Bill C-298, an act to add perfluorooctane sulfonate to the virtual elimination list under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, as amended, be concurred at report stage. This is private members' business, so we'll start with the mover of the motion and go row by row. All those in favor of the motion on my left side will please rise.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mrs. Cadis.
Mrs. Cadis.
Mr. Scarpelleggia.
Mr. Scarpelleggia.
Mr. Santamon.
Mr. Santamon.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Rizhnevsky.
Mr. Rizhnevsky.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Marasti.
Mr. Marasti.
Mr. Murphy, Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Murphy, Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Madame Thibault, Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basses.
Madame Thibault, Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basses.
Mr. Camouzi.
Mr. Camouzi.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Malot.
Monsieur Malot.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Matthews.
Mr. Matthews.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Zed.
Mr. Zed.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Bell, North Vancouver.
Mr. Bell, North Vancouver.
Mr. Boschkoff.
Boschkoff.
Monsieur Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Ms. Dalla.
Ms. Dalla.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godet.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Third row on my left in favor, please rise.
Monsieur Galipeau.
Monsieur Galipeau.
Mrs. Chamberlain.
Mrs. Chamberlain.
Monsieur Bonin.
Monsieur Bonin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Saint-Denis.
Mr. St. Denis.
Mr. Martin, Esquimalt, Wandafuca.
Martin Esquimalt, Wandafuca.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough, Guildwood.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough, Guildwood.
Mrs. Barnes.
Mrs. Barnes.
Ms. Brown, Oakville.
Ms. Brown, Oakville.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. McTague.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Cullen, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Cullen, Etobicoke North.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Steckley.
Mr. Steckley.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Telegdi.
Mr. Telegdi.
Ms. Caratek Lindell.
Ms. Caratek Lindell.
Monsieur Ménard, Macorel Fortin.
Ménard, Macorel Fortin.
Madame Faye.
Madame Faye.
Madame Barbeau.
Madame Barbeau.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Coteau.
Monsieur Coteau.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Second row on my left in favor, please rise.
Mr. Karajanis.
Mr. Gargianis.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Wappel.
Mr. Wappel.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mrs. Scroll.
Mrs. Scroll.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Redmond.
Mrs. Redmond.
Mr. Owen.
Mr. Owen.
Monsieur Thibault, West Nova.
Thibault, West Nova.
Mr. Turner.
Mr. Turner.
Mr. Desange.
Mr. Desange.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Madame Picard.
Madame Picard.
Monsieur Guimont.
Monsieur Guimont.
Madame Gay.
Madame Gay.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Saint-Hilaire.
Madame Saint-Hilaire.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Bigras.
Madame Demers.
Madame Demers.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
First row on my left in favor, please rise.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Volpe.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Madame Robillard.
Madame Robillard.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Godfrey.
Mr. Godfrey.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Craig.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Paquette.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Ménard, Hochelaga.
Monsieur Ménard, Hochelaga.
Monsieur Bachand.
Monsieur Bachand.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
Fifth row on my right in favor, please rise.
Mr. Brown Barry.
Mr. Brown Barry.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Del Mastro.
Mr. Dykstra.
Dykstra.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Monsieur Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Monsieur Blany.
Mr. Blany.
Monsieur Arthur.
Mr. Arthur.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Stoffer.
Mr. Stoffer.
Fourth row on my right in favor, please rise.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Batters.
Mr. Batters.
Mr. Jaffer.
Mr. Jaffer.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Kahn.
Mr. Kahn.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed. Madame Savoie.
Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Third row on my right in favor, please rise.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Thompson, Wild Rose.
Mr. Thompson, Wild Rose.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Cullen, Skeena Bunkley Valley.
Mr. Cullen, Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Ms. Pretty.
Ms. Pretty.
Mrs. Matheson.
Mrs. Matheson.
Right in favor, please rise.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Madame Vernet.
Madame Vernet.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mrs. Skelton.
Mrs. Skelton.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Ms. Georges.
Georges.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Brightcrates.
Mr. Brightcrates.
Mr. Hanger.
Mr. Hanger.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Black.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
First row on my right in favor, please rise.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Prentice.
Monsieur Cannon, Pontiac.
Mr. Cannon, Pontiac.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Solberg.
Mr. Solberg.
Mr. Emerson.
Mr. Emerson.
Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. McDonough.
Ms. McDonough.
Ms. Davies.
Ms. Davies.
Ms. Washer-Leach-Lease.
Ms. Alicia Lease.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Row, please rise.
Mr. Pallister.
Right, please rise. Third row on my right, please rise. Second row opposed to the motion, please rise. First row on my right opposed to the motion, please rise.
pour, 264 nays contre, 1 one.
I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House. It being 6:14, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business.
Second reading of Bill 3C-378 in the name of Mrs. Bennett. An act to amend the Food and Drugs Act and the Food and Drug Regulation, drug export restrictions.
Order. Order. I see a number of honourable members engaged in conversations on the floor of the House, and I think it's going to be difficult to proceed to private members' business unless we get a little bit of order. I'd invite honourable members, if they need to carry on conversations with their colleagues or with ministers, to do so outside the chamber. Order, please. Resuming debate on Bill C-378, the honourable member... Oh, sorry, I haven't read this yet. Okay. Ms. Bennett, seconded by Mr. Bryson, moves that Bill C-378, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act and the Food and Drug Regulations, drug export restrictions, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity tonight to discuss with my colleagues from all parties Bill C-378, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act and the Food and Drug Regulations, drug export restrictions. My bill is aimed at controlling the cross-border trade in prescription drugs and vaccines. The bill would amend the Food and Drug Act to prohibit the export of drugs set out in Schedules D and F to the Food and Drug Regulations, vaccines, and prescription drugs, except as permitted under the regulations. The bill would make it an offence under the Food and Drug Act to export prescription drugs in prohibited circumstances. By amending the Food and Drugs Act, the legislation will protect Canadians. My bill is constructed to protect the Canadian pharmaceutical supply from being bulk exported south of the border. There is such a large price differential between the American and Canadian pharmaceutical prices that there is great pressure on the U.S. at this time to import the cheaper drugs from Canada. With over 35 million members, AARP is the leading nonprofit, nonpartisan membership organization for people over 50 and over in the United States. They wield an enormous amount of power and are at this time launching a very major communication initiative. However, during my meeting with them in Washington during the break week, it was clear that their real intention is not to import pills from Canada, but to import prices from Canada and to make Americans very angry that they are paying too much for brand-name prescription drugs. But, Mr. Speaker, let me put it plainly. Canada cannot become America's discount drugstore. Canada needs to protect itself from dramatic expansion of importation by the U.S. of drugs intended for our patients. The prospect of the U.S. legalizing large-scale purchases from our domestic supply is real. The threat to Canada's drug supply increased on January 10th after some U.S. politicians stepped up their efforts to facilitate bulk imports of prescription drugs from Canada with the introduction of the Pharmaceutical Market Access and Drug Safety Act of 2007. The legislation was introduced by Senators Dorgan and Snow and Representatives Emanuel and Emerson, who are co-sponsoring the companion House legislation. The legislation, which has been the backing of key U.S. Democrats and Republicans, would allow individuals to directly order medications from outside the U.S. It would also allow U.S. licensed pharmacists and wholesalers to import FDA-approved medications from a number of countries, including Canada. In May, Senators both approved the measures and then voted to require U.S. health authorities to certify drug imports were safe. Since the U.S. Federal Drug Administration has already made clear it won't provide certification, the bill was dead on arrival. The House of Representatives is set to debate a similar measure soon, but few expect things to change. However, Representative Emerson has stated she is committed to find a way to make this legislation happen. Because it is unlikely the legislation will get through the House and Energy Committee, we believe she is looking to attach drug importation to another bill. Furthermore, dozens of U.S. jurisdictions and states at local levels continue to introduce measures designed to help local citizens, government employees, retirees, and others buy Canadian drugs. Mr. Speaker, any of these measures pose an imminent and serious threat to the security and integrity of Canada's drug supply and a genuine threat to the health of Canadians. It may have been good short-term politics, but it is terrible long-term policy. American seniors are rightfully outraged by the high prices of pharmaceuticals in their country, and rightly so, but outsourcing price controls to Canada is not a responsible approach. In Canada, we have addressed price control with the Patent Medicine Price Review Board, which regulates drug prices to ensure that the prices of patent-protected brand-name drugs are not excessive. Canada has regulated drug prices in our country for the past 15 years. The United States does not have a similar control mechanism, and the problem is exacerbated by U.S. drug companies spending millions of dollars every year to defend their higher prices. Every year, U.S. drug companies spend hundreds of millions on political influence, including lobbying, campaign donations, and extensive ad campaigns to defend their high prices and fight against price control. The American drug industry employs over 600 lobbyists in Washington alone, more than one for every member of Congress. This system drives U.S. prices even higher. Another important difference between the Canadian and American system is the regulation of advertising. La publicité sur les médicaments d'ordonnance est l'une des...
Advertising is among the most controversial in the American industries, and during the first 9 months of 2002, American pharmaceutical companies spent more than $16 billion to promote their products to doctors and consumers.
This type of advertising continues to increase prices and is prohibited in almost all other countries. In Canada, there is an agency that rigorously regulates this type of advertising.
Legislation represents a threat to American patients by allowing relinquishment of necessary community-based medication monitoring and management of increasing risks from potential counterfeit drugs. The incidence of counterfeit medicines is small, but growing in developed nations. The recent tragic death of a British Columbia resident determined by a coroner to have been caused by counterfeit medicine in her possession serves as a reminder that North America is not immune from the global phenomenon. The counterfeiting of medicines is an issue that threatens the quality and integrity of Canada's drug supply, a problem that will be greatly exacerbated if U.S. drug importation legislation is passed into law without a clear and effective Canadian prohibition on bulk drug exportation. I was pleased to see the Industry Committee's report yesterday titled Counterfeit Goods in Canada, a Threat to Public Safety, which included this recommendation. The Government of Canada institute a campaign to raise awareness of counterfeit and pirated goods to make the public aware of the economic and social costs associated with this scourge and emphasize the public health and safety hazards they represent. The campaign should also raise Canadians' awareness of the involvement of organized crime in the counterfeiting and piracy of goods. Internationally, the WHO is very concerned about counterfeit drugs. They have struck the International Medical Products Anti-Counterfeiting Task Force, tasked with increasing international collaboration to combat counterfeiting. I would also like to point out, Mr. Speaker, that allowing bulk prescription drugs imports would not significantly reduce U.S. prescription prices for very long. Even a recent University of Texas study concluded that based on the worst-case scenario, that Canada's stocks of prescription drugs would amount to about a 38-day supply for the United States, assuming all U.S. medications were Canadian-sourced. Once U.S. demand depletes Canadian stocks, prices will almost certainly rise, narrowing or even possibly eliminating the differences between U.S. and Canadian pharmaceutical prices. Some may argue that Canadians should just increase manufacturing of pharmaceuticals to meet U.S. demand. However, l'industrie pharmaceutique canadienne axée sur
the Canadian pharmaceutical industry, which is innovative and which manufactures drugs that are intended for the Canadian market. Indeed, they takes into account the population that is targeted and the prevalence of disease or the disease to be treated. The manufacturers produce the pharmaceuticals necessary to meet a demand that they forecast, and if the United States imports the drugs from another country, they are depleting the stocks that are necessary to meet the forecast needs of the other country. There is a difference in labeling from country to country, and the products that are labeled for the Canadian market may not be appropriate for the American market. In view of the complexity of this annual complex forecasting to meet the needs of Canadian patients, adjustments have to be made to meet the needs of Canadians, and therefore it is unrealistic to think that drugs made for Canada could meet American needs.
It is not only detrimental from a public policy perspective, it is also virtually impossible to do. I would like to underline again that Canada cannot meet the prescription drug needs of approximately 280 million Americans without putting our own supply at risk. Take, for example, the events of the fall of 2005. In November 2005, when Roche Canada took the unprecedented step of suspending sales of Tamiflu to the Canadian market, there were reports that internet pharmacies were busily filling foreign prescriptions at a significant profit. One BC pharmacy alone was reportedly filling 400 orders a day from the U.S. That's a significant number when, according to the Canadian Pharmacists Association, only 4,000 Canadians received the drug that September. Another internet pharmacy in Montreal issued news releases promoting to U.S. customers its Tamiflu stocks. The Canadian Pharmacists Association reacted to the Tamiflu incident by saying that the government should have acted to protect the country's supply of the drug. Again, when supply gets siphoned off to the U.S., then it is Canadians that come up short. This situation is a perfect example of the types of scenarios Canadian patients will face if Canadian governments continue to allow drugs to be diverted to the U.S. And, Mr. Speaker, this is not an issue unique to North America. In April of this year, the European Union passed resolution number 31, stating that the EU is concerned about the intention of the U.S. Congress to authorize parallel imports of medicines from the EU member states that may create obstacles to the EU patient supply and favor counterfeiting of medicines. Ask the EU, therefore, to raise this issue at the forthcoming summit. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to take the opportunity to commend my colleague, the member for Vancouver South, who in 2005, when he was Health Minister, anticipated this problem and brought forward legislation Bill C-28 to consensus in the House. However, unfortunately, election was called before the bill went forward. Current Canadian policy is to use only reactive measures and seek managed shortages once they have already occurred. This is not enough, and it may well be too late. The issue of bulk exports to other countries of medicines and vaccines destined to Canadians should be an issue of concern to all of us and is of particular interest to the Canadian Pharmacists Association and the Ontario Pharmacists Association. I believe the passage of Bill C-378 is essential to protect the supply and integrity of prescription drugs here in Canada, and will send a strong message to our American colleagues of the futility of their short-sighted legislative initiative. I urge all colleagues to support my private member's bill C-378.
Comments, questions, and commentary. The honourable member for Palliser.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the member from St. Paul's with great interest, and first of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to commend her on this effort, this private member's bill. I know she's put a lot of work into this. I'm shocked to hear in her remarks just how quickly the Canadian drug supply could be depleted if we were to allow or continue allowing bulk exports of pharmaceuticals to the United States, particularly if the situation was to change in the United States and they were to allow for bulk importation, that our drug supply that we need for Canadian seniors and youth, people from coast to coast to coast, could be depleted in as little as 38 days from our huge neighbors, the elephant living beneath us in the United States. And this member's bill 378 is trying to be proactive and take measures to stop our supply from being depleted before it ever happens, to protect the Canadian drug supply. I'd like to ask the member, if the government does not act proactively and acts reactively in the case of if legislation changes in the United States and allows for bulk importation, what tools does the government have at its disposal to act reactively? How quickly could the government act and make those changes? We realize we don't have much time. We have 38 days until our entire supply is depleted. What tools does the government have, and how quickly could the government respond in a crisis situation like that?
Honourable member for St. Paul's.
Thank you very much. I thank the member for the question because I think it's an excellent question, and it is one that we as a government were concerned about, that in terms of the need sometimes to protect immediately a drug like Tamiflu. That when you see hoarding take place, the kinds of things that happen, and it's the reason that our seniors organizations have been very supportive of this bill and of the previous Liberal government bill. I think that in talking with the minister in question period and others, that the Minister of Health believes that through regulations he might be able to act. We felt that was not strong enough, and that there needed to be explicit change to the Act and therefore the regulations, so that overnight the minister could actually exercise his will in being able to protect particularly one specific drug, as opposed to, as you said, if there's a big sucking sound for all of the drugs from Canada going south, that probably he would have.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two questions for the member. It is a little ironic that the member is bringing forward this bill because, of course, not so long ago, the Liberals were in power and they had the opportunity and didn't do so. And since then, the internet pharmacy industry has actually reached its peak in 2004 to $850 million per year. Last year, the total annual sales were $211 million, so a very sharp decline in the fourth quarter, and is 75% below its peak under the Liberal regime. And I think it's reasonable to assume that when the next statistics come out, it'll be even further decline because of the sharp appreciation of the Canadian dollar. So that's one area. The other part of my question deals with the fact that when the amendment came forth in the United States, there was a provision stating that no imports would be allowed unless the Secretary of State...
I do hate to cut off the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, but I do have to allow the Honourable Member for St. Paul's to respond. There's only about 30 seconds left, so we'll go to the Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
one of the real problems, Mr. Speaker, is that, well, I'll deal with the first one first, which is that this bill is about bulk import. I think the statistics that the member was referring to is individual internet sales, and I think that those are going down. I hope because of the public education, at the risk that patients are putting themselves at by taking drugs that may well be counterfeit and ordering over the internet. We have a huge problem also with internet pharmacies putting Canadian flags on them that actually aren't Canadian companies, and that is being sort of lost to the data that's being collected. I think it's a very good sign that the internet sales from individuals, but also I'd like to advise the member that like this week in Quebec, where 4 physicians were fined or have been disciplined by the College of Physicians and Surgeons, and across Canada, that this idea that Canadian physicians would be paid $5 or $50 to co-sign a script is just bad medicine and unethical practice. And so I think those two things.
Order. I'm afraid we don't have time to. We do not. I'm sorry, we don't have time. We will have to make it. Maybe the honourable members can carry on a conversation afterwards about this point. But we'll move on to resuming debate. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you're such a nice guy, Mr. Speaker. It was very well done. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to speak to this private member's bill. This is actually a very serious issue, and the government takes the issue of security of supply of prescription drugs and the protection of the health of Canadians very seriously. When in late October, the member from St. Paul's introduced this bill, she mentioned concerns about the effect of the then recent and potentially future U.S. initiatives aimed at facilitating cross-border drug sales to the United States. These 2 initiatives were restricted to individual purchases rather than wholesale or bulk shipments. As outlined further, we have not seen any impact from these initiatives. In fact, the total sales to the United States have declined. The member referred specifically to a U.S. measure to allow Americans visiting Canada to return with up to a 90-day supply of prescription drugs for their own use. In other words, this provision affected personal physical imports only, so-called foot traffic. Although the measure became law in October 4th, 2006, it is essentially endorsed the U.S. administration practice regarding personal imports. Members should know, Mr. Speaker, that the value of foot traffic purchases of prescription drugs in Canada has remained constant in recent years. There was another U.S. development last fall, also in October, but not specifically referred to by the member at that time. The U.S. Customs and Border Protection Agency ended its approximately 1-year practice of selectively seizing individual prescription drug purchases sent by mail from internet pharmacies in Canada. While such personal mail order imports continue to contravene U.S. law, they have been tolerated, enabling the internet pharmacy business in the first place. As with measures for foot traffic, we have not noticed any increase in sales associated with U.S. custom decisions. In fact, the latest information from Health Canada shows that the internet pharmacy sales to the U.S. dropped by an additional 20% in the last quarter of 2006, resulting in a total 2006 annual sale of $211 million. Mr. Speaker, the overall sales have dropped by 75% from their peak of $850 million in 2004. Why did they decline? Several factors are at play. These include the introduction of U.S. Medicare Act Part D, which, for the first time, provides drug benefit coverage for millions of previously uninsured or underinsured seniors. Actions by manufacturers to restrict the supply of drugs sold to Canadian pharmacies involved in cross-border drug sales. The higher Canadian dollar and the U.S. residents pursuing imports from other countries have also contributed. When Bill C-378 was introduced last October, the government's assessment of the situation was that U.S. initiatives with respect to foot traffic and mail order seizures did not pose a threat to the Canadian drug supply. This assessment has been proven valid. In the case of foot traffic, that because the sales predate internet commerce, they have existed for about 20 years. They have never posed a concern with respect to Canada's drug supply. The volume of such sales has been stable in recent years at an estimated $500 million. The halting of U.S. customs of selective seizures of drugs imports did not really change anything either, as the personal imports have already been tolerated for a number of years in any case. The most recent statistics bear this out. Foot traffic remains stable, and internet pharmacy sales have dropped by 50% in 2006, and likely have dropped significantly more due to the sharp appreciation of the Canadian dollar since the last or recent statistics. Over the past several years, Mr. Speaker, officials with Health Canada and the Development of Foreign Affairs and International Trade have continuously monitored the value of cross-border drug sales to the United States and related developments in that country, including the U.S. measures in October. Let me assure you that they will continue to do so. In the meantime, the Americans face ongoing challenges posed by the world's highest priced prescription drugs, explaining their continued preoccupation with finding ways to make drugs more affordable. That's why the idea of importing lower-priced drugs from Canada and other countries continues to be a political issue in the United States. Federal regulators and state and municipal governments continue to see imports as part of the solution. Individual Americans, especially those without drug coverage, are also looking to other countries for relief for high drug prices. At the federal level, in previous sittings of the U.S. Congress, a number of bills have been proposed to legalize drug imports, including bulk imports from Canada. These legislative proposals weren't able to gain a lot of support or traction, primarily due to the Republican majority in Congress and opposition from the U.S. administration. This was the case despite the fact that some bills were sponsored by the Republicans. However, I should point out that while some individual Republicans have supported, even sponsored, drug import legislation, the official Republican Party position remains steadfastly opposing drug imports and accepting high U.S. prices. As members in this place know, the U.S. legislative environment has been affected somewhat by the Democratic win in the House, in both houses of Congress last November. In this context, it is important to note that legalizing drug importations from Canada and other countries has reportedly been among the legislative priorities for some leading Democrats. Mr. Speaker, as I just noted, some Republicans have supported drug importation. In January this year, a bipartisan group of U.S. House and Senate lawmakers introduced a bill that would allow importation from other countries. The Pharmaceutical Market Access and Drug Safety Act of 2007 would legalize both bulk or wholesale as well as individual retail imports, including transactions via internet pharmacies. A democratically controlled Congress does suggest a greater potential for U.S. legalization of bulk imports. However, the overall view is the prospects of enhancement of legislation giving a clear green light to the imports as dim at best. To illustrate the point, let's look at developments in the last few months. The U.S. opposition to legalization of drug imports remains strong in many quarters. The enhancement of legislation to legalize imports without provisions for major implementation such to allow imports is unlikely. This is especially the case given the Bush administration's opposition to drug importation. There's potential for legislative horse trading. After such a controversial bill was introduced in the U.S. Congress, the U.S. senators, quote-unquote, endorsed drug importations in early May, but included a provision, and this is very important, Mr. Speaker, included a provision to disallow such imports unless the Secretary of Health and Human Services first certify that they, quote, pose no additional risk to the public's health and safety, and that they will significantly reduce costs to consumers. Proponents of the importation have labeled this amendment as a poison pill, and with good reason. All observers agree, including the bill's lead sponsor, Senator Dorgan, that it has effectively neutralized the bill's drug importation provisions. This is because the actualization of those provisions would now require the U.S. administration to support, and the President, by virtue of his vast opposition to drug importation, is not expected to offer that support. Even if the provision were to be put in force, the administration's burden would include it in the bill, which is 140 pages long, is so onerous that the implementation would be significantly slowed. Its extensive extensive administration and oversight regime, including in the requirements for inspection of exporting facilities and multiple procedural requirements of both exporter and importers, suggests that there would be very slow uptake in the provision. I could go on, Mr. Speaker, but the bottom line...
We'll have to move on with resuming debate.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Quebec. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The bill that we are studying today, C-378, aims to control cross-border drug sales and cross-border vaccine sales. Will I continue, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, would you like me to continue, or is it a question period? No, there is no question period for private members' business. We're resuming debate. Thank you. This then could be a response to the concern of stocks available in Canada. Even if there is no immediate shortage, this bill suggests that we have to take preventive measures before such a situation arises. This then hopes to avoid such a situation. The bill aims to restrict cross-border drug sales. It also provides for restrictions in order to avoid a shortage, and if there were a shortage, then the government could prevent bulk sales to ensure that there were enough supplies in Canada for our public safety. That then is what this bill is intending to do. Mr. Speaker, I said that this bill could be a response to this concern about shortages of drug supplies. Although there is apparently consensus on this matter, there are some questions that have to be considered. We have to ask whether this will involve encroachment on provincial jurisdiction. Will more powers be going to the federal minister? We must also ask whether the federal health minister does not already have the powers to act in the event of an emergency. And thirdly, we are not even sure if the US would allow for bulk imports because of the US's position and the position of the powerful pharmaceutical companies. We must also ask whether the government could act quickly if the US government decided to allow bulk imports. As you know, with NAFTA and the WTO, there are already protections that exist. Mr. Speaker, Apparently, this matter of bulk imports is already on the table. This bill is an interesting one, certainly, but I'm not sure that we should adopt it yet. I think we have to give ourselves a little time. This is the first time we're debating this issue in the House. We know that certain stakeholders, such as representatives from the Pharmacists Association, are concerned. They are worried about shortages of drug supplies in Canada. If all Americans were to decide to buy their drugs in Canada, we'd only have 38 days in which we'd still be able to buy drugs in Canada before all the cupboards were bare. Obviously, then, this is a question that merits our attention. This is a question that is of concern. This, however, is not so much as a problem as it was perhaps previously. We have to choose our words carefully when we are discussing this subject. We know that at one point the Americans wanted to buy in Canada when the exchange rate was in their favour, but since the Canadian dollar has gone up, that situation has changed slightly, so perhaps it's less appealing for the Americans to come and buy their drugs in Canada. That's just one comment that I could make. Secondly, and certainly there was a time when Americans bought a lot of their drugs in Canada, but the American government has introduced a pharmacare program, or it's called Medicare in the US, and that also reduced the demand for Americans looking to buy their drugs in Canada, because Americans in a more vulnerable situation are now able to get them in the US. So I feel that the situation is less a problem than it was last year, for example. It was far more common previously when people bought drugs through internet pharmacies, and internet pharmacies certainly created a problem for some of our pharmacies and some stakeholders. And it was very tempting for pharmacists to operate internet pharmacies, and so small pharmacies were losing out considerably. It was obviously beneficial for the internet pharmacies, but it was less the case for the smaller pharmacies. Mr. Speaker, the situation in Quebec is perhaps a little bit different. Although in saying that, I do appreciate that people in the pharmacy sector could be concerned about this. It's really the west of Canada where people are particularly interested in internet pharmacies. I'm not going to tell other provinces what they should do, but perhaps I could explain a little bit about what is done in Quebec to try and protect Quebecers from a problem of shortages. As in many areas, Quebec is ahead of other provinces in introducing safeguards in this front. Quebec has a Pharmacist Act, and pharmacists can only sell drugs to a person who has a prescription that has been written by an authorized person in Quebec or somebody from elsewhere in Canada that's authorized to practice in Quebec. The Doctor's Code of Ethics also states that a Quebec doctor must have evaluated the patient before writing a prescription. That means that if an American wants to buy his drugs over the internet, he would have to first consult with the Quebec doctor, draw up a treatment plan, and have the approval, obviously, of the Quebec doctor in question. Clearly, people are interested in buying drugs over the internet and by other means, but one must always bear in mind the quality of the product. It can be of concern for certain people and certain doctors because there's a matter of quality control. Somebody needs to be responsible for the quality of the product, and that's a question you always have to ask. Who's responsible for making sure the right person gets the right treatment? And Quebec looked at this issue, and I think the approach that they have adopted is beneficial. And we need a strong approach because we're talking about health, people's health here. There have been cases of doctors for having been struck off, for having not followed the code of ethics and having sold drugs to patients that they had not met with. All of the doctors then have to respect these rules and regulations. A Quebec doctor cannot simply countersign a prescription without having met with the patient. As you can see from all of this, then, there's a very strong control in place to make sure that the health of the patients is protected. The Quebec legislative framework aims to ensure that medicine is in the hands of the right people and that there is a regulatory framework. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, it's very important to have this framework. Perhaps this bill will spur other provinces to act as well and introduce a stronger framework in their provinces as well. As I said, there have been doctors that have been struck off for not respecting these rules, or if they've lost their license for 18 months or they had their practice restricted. There are very serious sanctions, and there have even been court cases. There have also been fines imposed upon people who have given prescriptions in an inappropriate manner. I think, Mr. Speaker, that this is a bill that certainly merits our attention, and over the course of the debate, then we will shape our opinion. Obviously, we want to make sure that it's always in the best interest of the public. Resuming debate.
Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will follow, actually, on the comments of my colleague who just spoke, that this is a bill indeed that merits our attention, and it is an issue that merits our attention. And I think in some ways we've had intermittent attention paid to it around internet pharmacies, but perhaps not in the larger perspective of what drug exportation has the potential to mean. My understanding of this bill, and I will look to my Liberal colleague to be nodding or shaking her head if I misspeak, but this is a concern that Canadians in some kind of, for the most part, in some kind of an emergency, and the example that my Liberal colleague from St. Paul's used was around Tamiflu, that in some kind of an emergency there would be drugs not available to Canadian citizens because we had a shortage because there had been bulk exportation or exportation in large amounts to the United States. And I am looking for her to shake or nod her head. Thank you. And so I think there are a couple of things that affect this. When the United States politicians in 2007, I guess, introduced the Pharmaceutical Market Access and Drug Safety Act, I think that there was effort stepped up or initiative stepped up to be able to access bulk exports on an even greater basis because it appeared to be even further opening a door that was probably open anyway, but was going to be open on a much more official kind of basis. So I do not understand this bill to be something that says that, because I live in a border town, or a border city, rather, 400,000 people makes us a city of Surrey. I don't think it's intended to stop the carload of senior citizens who drive up from Bellingham to get their personal prescription filled. And so I think we have to be clear about it's not intended to simply close down the gates completely to any kind of sharing or purchasing drugs by American citizens. We know that we are very fortunate in this country to be able to have, although it can be better and we are working on it, because we could have a national drug plan, but for another day. We are able to have our prescriptions at prices that are more affordable for us than they are for many American citizens who indeed either cannot afford, do not have coverage, given the number, whatever it is, 250 million Americans who don't have any medical coverage whatsoever are not going to be able in any way to afford prescriptions. And so while we have some people in those circumstances, it is much more severe in the United States. So I don't think it's to say that those kinds of people would not be able to access drugs from Canada at all. But there has been, I think, and this is perhaps a bit different than we heard from another colleague, I think a dramatic expansion and a potential for dramatic expansion of importation to the U.S. of drugs in large bulk amounts. With the United States opening the door, and I am sure that we have, there would be willing manufacturers here willing to sell bulk amounts, that I think there is a dramatic expansion. I don't think there's any question that the business of internet pharmacies has decreased. And I hope, as my Liberal colleague does, that that's because people have perhaps a greater understanding of what some of those risks might be and are able to access those drugs at home. So this is not about the expansion or contraction of internet pharmacies filling individual prescriptions, although those indeed are dropping. But it's quite interesting. One of the questions that I get asked about this all the time when it comes up, because it's come up in BC a number of times when we see people coming up from the United States, is, well, it would probably create jobs. So why can't the manufacturers just, put on some more shifts and manufacture some more drugs? Perfect. There's the solution. Well, the manufacture of drugs doesn't work the same as manufacturing tomato sauce works. Some of those drugs, Mr. Speaker, are drugs that have ingredients that are perhaps more scarce to get in terms of the biological sources of those drugs. It takes time to manufacture additional amounts of drugs. And many medications are time dated. So drug manufacturers can't just create a warehouse or a storehouse full of medications ready to export when somebody asks for them, because they may be out of date and they're not going to have the excess sitting on their shelves that they have not been able to forecast. They do their business based on forecasting. Their forecasting is primarily based on the needs of Canadian patients. That's where they develop their business plan, on what they see as the trend line in medications that are being used and approved in the country of Canada. Now, there are two other things I wanted to mention, Honourable Speaker, and I will, of course, watch carefully for the time I know that you're keeping. I have seen what happens in emergencies. Now, not every drug that would be bulk exported is a vaccine. I understand that. But vaccines are part of that bulk export. Now, when SARS hit Canada, I was at Home Depot one day, and I saw people pushing huge carts out of Home Depot full of crates and crates and crates and crates of masks. Now, by the way, those masks wouldn't have done any good anyway, those little paper masks. They wouldn't have done any good anyway, as we discovered, or probably know anyway, aren't terribly, terribly effective. But people were hoarding them in case something happened. They were taking them home in case something happened. So in an emergency, in any kind of emergency really, there's this human response to hoard. Drugs, food, things that will protect us, water, whatever that might be. And I worry that in the case of an emergency where a vaccine is needed, and Tamiflu again is the example that you used, that might be, for Canadians, a health risk. Now, I want everybody to be healthy. I want Americans to be healthy. I want Canadians to be healthy. I want people around the world to be healthy. But we have a responsibility as legislators of this country and as people involved in health to ensure that there are the health resources necessary to meet the needs of Canadian citizens. So when we're talking about bulk exporting, my other concern is, my understanding is that that regulators at the border have said that they only have an opportunity to check about 1% of what goes across the border. Now, we all know that there are such things as counterfeit drugs, and I don't think that there are going to be people looking to see, A, whether these are counterfeit drugs that are being shipped across the border, or whether they're being shipped across the border in a box that says, Christmas presents for Aunt Millie. The speaker is telling me I have 1 minute left. So I will look forward to the further debate on this bill, Honourable Speaker, Mr. Speaker. It's provincial again. But I do think that when we are looking at bulk exports, there are many risks involved that it is only responsible for the Government of Canada to look at and ensure that Canadians are protected first.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for King's Heads.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise this evening to speak to this important legislation introduced by the honourable member from the riding of St. Paul's, who was absolutely the very best Minister of Public Health in the history of Canada, and few would debate that. And in fact,
It's the only one.
I served in cabinet with the honourable member, and she brought to the cabinet table a tremendous understanding of health issues and wellness issues. In fact, I remember her from time to time saying, as a minister, that we in Canada do not necessarily have a healthcare system. We have a sick care system. We look after people only when they're sick. We don't do enough on wellness and preventative medicine and helping keep people well. And she brought a great sense of knowledge, practicality, and at the same time vision to her role as Minister of Public Health. And I'm very pleased to support her bill today. First of all, the whole issue of bulk import of drugs into the United States is an extremely important one. And in the U.S., it is the cost of drugs to Americans is a tremendously politically charged issue. It is one that is at the very center and the core of the healthcare debate in the U.S. And in fact, we all know the challenges that our own healthcare system here in Canada faces. And in fact, the U.S. healthcare system is under even more pressure because of the inefficiencies and ineffective nature of the private insurance system and some of the other challenges facing the U.S. system. American legislators are debating and have debated the whole idea of allowing bulk import of drugs from Canada through the internet pharmacies. And in fact, what they're doing is trying to achieve what we've achieved here in Canada in terms of our regulatory framework around drug pricing. Now, the more efficient approach for them to take and the less intrusive approach for them to take in terms of the impact on our public policy and our citizens would be for them to simply regulate their drugs with a similar approach to our approach here in Canada, which effectively assures Canadians get access to important and life-saving pharmaceuticals at a more reasonable price. Instead of that, they like to say that we will not regulate drug prices in the United States of America, but instead of regulating them there, they outsource the regulation to Canada. Now that sounds perfectly innocent as Canadians. It doesn't sound like a big deal until we consider what the impact it will be on our own drug supplies here in Canada. The goal of the drug pricing regime we have in Canada is to ensure that Canadians have access to the pharmaceuticals they need at a reasonable price. It was never intended to, and never designed to, provide Americans with drug prices at a low cost. Now, and so what the American politicians are doing is saying, okay, we're against price regulations. It's kind of an ideological perspective, not unlike our colleagues opposite sometimes on certain issues, if I may say that respectfully. And similarly, similarly wrong as well, because the fact is that what they're doing by outsourcing their drug pricing regime to Canada is actually jeopardizing the access for Canadians to the drugs they need at reasonable prices. The question you have to ask yourself is, why would pharmaceutical companies, multinational pharmaceutical companies that invest billions of dollars into research and development, why would they continue to supply Canada to the same extent that they have in the past, if in fact the Canadian products, or the products they were shipping to Canada, were being used to effectively cannibalize the market in the U.S. and reduce their profits? It stands to reason that in a market-based economy, they will make a decision that, to the benefit of their shareholders, will effectively prevent Canadians from having access to the drugs that they need at the price they want. So I think it's important for us to do two things. First of all, we have to ban the export of pharmaceuticals or pharmaceuticals to the U.S. Our pricing regime was never intended to create some artificial regulatory arbitrage between the two countries. We're effectively clever and entrepreneurs, and I have a lot of respect for entrepreneurs. I was one, as was my dad and my grandfather. But wherever there is a difference in regulatory regimes, there's the potential for for some sort of arbitrage, and that's effectively what's going on here. There's no value being created by the bulk export. It is not a sustainable industry. It's one that has a nascent profitability, but is one that, while it provides some pyrrhic profitability, it's one that really does jeopardize the long-term access Canadians have to the drugs they need at reasonable prices. I think that we need to make this point very clear with American legislators as well, that they can't simply continue to avoid the debate on issues like drug regulatory frameworks. And that to organizations like the American Association of Retired People and others, the equivalent of CARP here in Canada, that in fact what they're pushing for is not even in the long-term interests of Americans. Because not only is it dangerous for Canadians in terms of reducing our citizens' capacity to have the drugs they need, but in the long term it actually does jeopardize the security of the pharmaceutical chain and supply chain to Americans. So I think we have to do two things. We have to ban the bulk or the export of drugs through internet pharmacies from Canada to the U.S., but we also have to make it very clear to American legislators and perhaps to Americans directly that this type of short-term Band-Aid solution could in fact jeopardize the security of their supply chain for their pharmaceuticals in the long term. So it is a no-win situation for citizens on both sides of the border. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise on an issue that I raised in question period a number of weeks ago, and I've raised many times in the House of Commons here. The fairness of the tax system as it applies to the Northern Residents Tax deduction. I've made the point over the year that this Northern Residents Tax deduction, which was put in place by the Conservative government in the late 80s to assist Northerners with the high cost of living, has remained at the same level throughout 20 years. The benefit from this program has degraded over that time, and we really need to see some fairness put into this program and see that the Northern Residents Tax deduction be brought forward and raised by at least by the amount of inflation over the period of the 20 years. I would note as well that in the federal budget this time, the issue of fairness was raised as it concerned the capital gains exemption for small businesses. And it, too, had been in place for 20 years and was put in place at $500,000. And in the new budget, it was raised to $750,000 under the policy of fairness to the people that would, of course, get the benefit from that capital gains exemption. So we've seen that fairness is a part of the Conservative rhetoric on the budget, and I would hope that they would consider it when it comes to this very important part of the tax system to Northerners. And when I speak of Northerners, I'm not speaking simply of my riding, Mr. Speaker, the Northwest Territories, but the Yukon, Nunavut, and of course, many of the northern ridings that stretch across the provinces across Canada. And there's quite a number of ridings that have residents that are affected by and take advantage of the Northern Residents Tax deduction. When it was introduced, the policy objectives of the Northern Residents Tax deduction were to create a stable, trained resident workforce in the North. And the disincentives to this were, of course, the high cost of living. And I don't have to raise this too much here, but the cost of living in the North, across northern isolated communities, across this whole country, is extremely high. In some cases, twice that of southern Canada, and even higher than that in many cases. And as well, although there may be high wages for some people in northern situations, those wages have not made that much of a difference because, of course, as the progressive tax system in Canada works, the higher the wages, the more taxes paid. As well, because of the high cost of living, we find that Northerners are also taxed more through the consumption tax known as GST. Cost of goods are more. Northerners are paying more for the basic cost of living. They're paying more for the taxes that are applied to that cost of living through the GST. So, and as well, there's reduced access to goods and services. So when people do purchase items in the North, when they look for services, they, by and large, have to pay much, much more than Southern Canadians. And of course, the additional costs that come from the extreme climate conditions in the North, where, say in Tuktoyaktuk, where the
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Western Arctic for his rather unexpected concern about tax relief. Because the tax measures we have introduced since coming to office through our first two budgets are providing nearly $38 billion of personal tax relief, benefiting hardworking Canadians in all regions of this country over this and the next 2 years. And Mr. Speaker, that includes northern residents. Personal tax relief, I note, that the member opposite voted against. Going forward, we are committed to providing further tax relief. Now, of course, the member opposite has spoken about one specific and unique form of tax relief, the Northern Residence Deduction, which applies to Canadians living in northern and isolated regions. This deduction, when combined with other tax relief measures, reduces the tax burden of northern residents. So for 2007, the maximum northern residence deduction is $5,475. When combined with the basic personal amount of $8,929 and our Canada Employment Credit of $1,000 introduced in Budget 2006, a single resident of the North can earn over $15,400 tax-free, and that is over 50% more than other Canadians. But it doesn't end there, Mr. Speaker. Northern Residence Deduction also includes a possibly 2 tax-free employer-provided vacation trips per year, as well as unlimited employer-provided medical travel. Combined, these elements help offset the extra costs of living in Canada's north. However, Canada's Conservative government has moved beyond tax relief to help those living in northern and isolated regions to the territorial level, to ensure that territorial governments can provide their northern residents with a comparable range of programs and services as the rest of Canada. This Conservative government also enhanced the territorial formula financing program. As a result of Budget 2007, total territorial formula financing payments in 2007-2008 increased to $2.2 billion. Mr. Speaker, that's $115 million more in funding than last year. I note that all 3 Northern leaders have praised this enhanced formula. Nunavut Premier Paul Okalek said, "We appreciate Budget 2007. Yukon Premier Dennis Fenty said it was a positive step in the right direction. Northwest Territories Premier Joe Handley said Budget 2007 is good news to us." And so it's surprising, Mr. Speaker, that the member who just spoke from Western Arctic seemingly disagrees. He voted against that budget. He voted against this new funding for the North. He voted against Budget 2007's new $25 million per year funding for infrastructure that we want to provide for each territory. And last year, Mr. Speaker, he voted against Budget 2006, which gave $300 million more to Canada's territorial governments to address urgent housing pressures and gave them $10 million more for other services. So, Mr. Speaker, the real question is why this NDP member from the Western Arctic disagrees with all 3 Northern leaders on Budget 2007 and why he's voting against the very tax relief that he claims to want, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, really, the figures surrounding the territorial formula financing are one thing, but the cost of living to Northerners remains the same. The opportunity for fairness in the system for the Northern taxpayer, when we look at the cost of living in comparison to other places, then we begin to understand why the system was initiated in the first place, why it hasn't kept up with inflation, has meant more of a burden on Northerners. It's made more of a burden on employers up there who can't afford it. In every case, economic development is being stymied in the North because of lack of employment in some cases. So the opportunities in economics have to reside within the individual taxpayer.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would just urge the member to reflect on the magnitude of his failure to support Budget 2007's new territorial formula financing arrangement. I mean, there's more than one way to provide relief and help and assistance and support for people in the North, and we have a range of measures, as I've just as I've just pointed out. And let me read a quote from Premier Dennis Fenty that appeared in April 19th in the White Horse Star. He said, quote, I cannot overstate how important this new territorial funding formula arrangement is for the Yukon. It is perhaps the most important achievement of our government to date. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, we're working with people in the North, taking real action to better the lives of people in Canada's North. We recognize the challenge. We have programs and a principles-based territorial formula to assist. And so, again, the real question is, why is the member from Western Arctic voting against these important measures for his very own constituents, Mr. Speaker?
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.